or have a look in Blue's Discord, you can see I pass the plane through the sphere, and funny enough, you get a circle, and then
Well, of course you do.
and the plane will stay there because the wording. I don't know who it was, whether it was one of Levites made the silly statement. Who was he talking to? Was it? Or have a look at Blue's Discord. You can see I pass the plane through the sphere, and funny enough, you get a circle, and then
well, of course you do.
And the plane will stay there because the wording that I don't know who it was, whether it was
who's
that made the silly statement. Wiggles. You can see
sorry, it was me.
pass the plane through the sphere.
It's okay, it's good.
You get a circle, and then
well, of course you do.
the plane will stay there because Blue. Because the wording I don't know who it was, whether it was
What's going on
Wait.
there we go. That made
Somebody, I don't know how because he's muted.
Sorry, it was me.
It's okay, it's good. It's still there
Well,
somewhere.
of course you do. It's Timbo.
stay there because Blue. Because the wording I don't know who it was, whether it was
What's going on
Wait.
that made
Who's doing that? It must be Blue still.
No,
Somebody.
I don't know how he's muted.
Sorry, it was me.
Timbo, sort yourself out.
It's not me.
It's not me. Because the wording I don't know who it
I
was.
know it's my voice, but it's not me.
What's going on there?
Wait.
Who's doing that?
Hang on a minute. Oh look, it stopped because I muted Timbo.
Huh.
It fixed it because I've muted him. He can unmute himself, can't he? Yeah, but I'd say he was the only one who was lighting up. It's because he's got umpteen bloody streams going. It's feeding back through his system somewhere. Does he even realise I've muted him? Yeah. Oh well. Sort yourself out, Tim. Then you can unmute yourself. No, Dory. You will hate temporal mechanics. He's still talking. Yeah.
We didn't like it the first time.
No. So yes, Alan, Wednesday morning ish. Well,
Yeah.
probably be getting on for lunchtime, but
Yeah, whatever.
well, I think Google Maps reckons it's probably nearly an hour's drive from Lowestoft to your gaff. So I don't know, half 11, 12 o'clock, something like that. Yeah. Well, I mean,
No, he's coming up from the south, so no Bridge of Death.
No.
And anyway, Bridge of Death is closed.
right. So
No,
I'm there at 10 o'clock. If it takes more than half an hour, I'll be impressed, which is really annoying because it's going to take me 3 odd hours to get to Lowestoft for half an hour's work. But there you go.
but they pay you for all of it, so don't.
Yeah, Lowestoft is as bad as Wales for me. I mean, it took me 3 hours to get to Swansea. And the first time I went there, I was there for 40 minutes. So yeah, as soon as I'm done, I'll truck on over, and I strongly suspect that Terry will be streaming by then. So yeah. Tiny Captain says I can still hear the stream on his stream, and it's still echoing. Right, he's obviously still fiddling, and yeah. Problem was he'd got your stream open, his stream open, and I don't know.
He seemed to have a full YouTube delay cycle going there, didn't he?
He says, right, he can hear us. I'll fix at my end. Well, yes, because it was obviously your problem because as soon as I muted you, it stopped. And you were the only one lighting up, so it was obviously coming through your end, so to speak. Yeah. Well, it couldn't be because I think Blue was muted at the time anyway, so you wouldn't have heard anything from him.
No. So you should hear me now, right?
Right. Yes. We've.
Yeah. And the reason why I couldn't hear me was because you muted me.
Yeah. I muted you because all of the feedback was coming from you.
Yeah, I get that, but when I was talking back to you and I said I can hear you, the reason why you couldn't hear me was because you muted me.
Yeah. All you had to do was unmute yourself.
Well, yeah, except it didn't work out. That was why you couldn't hear me. I was going through everything else. And then came back in the Zoom. Oh, I'm muted. That's why you can't hear me. I thought I'd turn something else off somewhere because I was cleaning up everywhere else. Oh, fixed now.
Good. That's the main thing. As long as there's no more horrible echoes and feedback and
Yeah, no, I just realised
Dora can't hear me.
I had
Oh, there we go.
had Terry's stream turned on, and that was
Sorry,
what was
Dora.
flicking back through.
They couldn't hear me. They could hear you, but they couldn't hear me.
it's a bit like talking to Jin sometimes in Gem server, and everything goes quiet, and he's telling people to shut up.
Oh yeah,
He does have a habit. I mean, there was that
Yeah.
time. I think everybody's got a capture of it now. There was a whole load of us talking to him, and everything went quiet, and he kept asking us all to be quiet, and we realised that he's 30 seconds out because he wasn't listening to us. He was listening to the YouTube stream.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, that went on for a couple of minutes. He's going, shut
He-
up, shut
Shut
up. He's
up!
arguing with himself.
And it's like nobody's bloody talking. Nobody's saying a word. He's going, "Will you shut up?" What? Who's he talking to?
Yeah.
It was
That
30
happens.
seconds behind, bless him.
But he did try to offer me
Oh,
some
dear.
technical advice how to live stream through Discord.
What, Jin?
Oh, no, not Jin. Sorry, I was thinking of someone else.
All right. Oh, I know. Oh, yeah, I know you're thinking. Yeah.
Oh, gee, I understand that Oakley was apparently claiming that he won the debate with the AI, the open AI. Apparently, he won the debate. Did you hear about
Well, you'd kind of think that was his assumption, because otherwise, why would
Yeah.
he make a video about it?
that? Well, this is true,
Yeah.
but I mean, it's embarrassing because I mean, it's plainly obvious. He was beaten by an AI just by reading what he put and what the responses were.
And there's several people posted out in the comments afterwards. You'll note that he's using his typical method of arguing. The AI hasn't finished writing out his answer, and he's tap 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 tap. He's like trying to
Yeah.
shout an AI down just by text.
Yeah. I got OpenAI to actually correct itself and apologise to me.
Oh, I did see you post. It was a tweet or something
Yeah.
you put up about that.
Yeah, well, I asked a question about Apollo 11. I was just sort of playing around with it, and it mentioned that Neil Armstrong said one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, and I corrected it. He said no, it didn't. He said one small step for a man, and it said sorry, you're right. Neil Armstrong confirmed it. Yeah, there you go. I won.
Yeah, that's one of those famous, very famous speech. Well, not a speech because it weren't long enough. Misquotes because I think the nerves got the better of them, didn't they?
Yeah.
Either that, they just, the transmission didn't quite pick up what he said because he was a bit quiet, and but yeah, managed to get all the way to the moon surface for the first time ever, and then fluffs his lines.
Well, I was having a well. I mean, he didn't really, because if you listen carefully to it, me and somebody else had a discussion on Discord about it. I think there's Lemur 67. That's right. And it's that sound.
Yeah.
Because if you listen carefully, he does say one small step for a man, and it's like it's very subtle. But of course, with the communications of the day, didn't quite pick it up. Now, if we had much more modern communication, much clearer, that probably would have been picked up.
Yeah.
And it's it's partly to do with kind of how he speaks the English language, and not quite so clear crystal communications, right? So I think that's where it came about.
Oh yes, if that had all been done and captured and transmitted with modern technology, then yeah.
Yeah, but it matters not.
No, he still did what he did.
Yeah. But I just thought it was quite funny that I got a OpenAI to apologise to me. Great. So,
Well,
proud of that.
It is supposed to learn, so
yeah. Well, apparently, no. What I've learned about that OpenAI, apparently, it stopped learning in 2021. Sometime.
Oh.
I think it was September. Yeah. Apparently, they turned it off. They disconnected it from the internet, and since then, it hasn't been learning. So it hasn't learned anything new since September of 2021. Apparently. Yeah, because I asked it. I think if you go into OpenAI now and ask it when its birthday is, it mentions it.
all right.
Why they turned it off? Why it can't be like a continuous learning thing? I don't know. I've no idea.
Yeah, that don't make a lot of sense. You'd think you'd want it to carry on learning.
Yeah, exactly. But no, apparently not. It's not learning anymore. It's just sharing information now.
Mm.
It's quite clever, I must admit, though. I've been using it to. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say I was listening to Watsy's, getting beaten by it, and it had quite sensible responses to what he said, and I'm thinking it's quite good.
Bit repetitive at times, but what else can you do?
The same question, but yeah. Sorry, go Matt.
Yeah, I don't even know what I was going to say now. To be honest, no clue. I've forgotten. It's gone.
Sorry. Did I talk over you again?
Probably. No, I think we talked over each other. To be fair.
Yeah. So Alan was pleased with his blue certificate because I made him much younger.
Oh, you got one, did you?
Yeah, only a little bit younger, but
I like the little message you put at the bottom that this is satire and don't take it seriously or you're stupid or something on those lines. Can't remember now.
It was along the lines of if you take this seriously, then you're an idiot.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
but that doesn't even work for flat earthers, does it?
No,
that's right. No, we went through and changed all the text, so Blue had no chance. Little men in black suits were going to turn up at his door because he was. Although I still think he should sell.
When I was over on Bebs, I was called one of Blue's. What do they call us? One of Blue's something or other. Not Blue scientists.
Blue marble scientists.
No, it was something else. It was the people in the chat that were calling us one of Blue's. Oh, I've forgotten what it's called now. They called us something else.
Something derogatory, no doubt.
Something, yeah. Can't remember what it was now.
Something pleasant and
whatever it was. So anyway, what I thought I'd do is I'll ask them a question of what they thought an arc minute was, and eventually, or a minute of arc, whatever you want to call it. And eventually one of them answered, and I said, well, how many meters are there from the North Pole to the equator? Because, wanted to see what his minions thought.
Yep.
And when one said, oh, Blue says it's 10 million. So, all right. Okay. And I said, well, how many do you think it is? And he said, well, is that straight meters or curved meters? I said curved meters ? No, just straight meters. I don't know. I said, okay, well, how many curved meters is it? I don't know. It's like farmer's boiler.
Is it a straight meter?
Or a curved meter?
Curved meter. Yeah, it's a metal tape. They don't curve very well, but that's still a meter. That's a meter. That's a meter. That's a meter.
Well, I've asked them questions like that. If is a 25 meter length of rope only 25 meters if you stretch it out? What if you coil it up? Is it still 25 meters of rope? I don't know.
Yeah.
Apparently, they're very confused about this.
So I said, well, okay, so what's the difference between a curved meter and a straight meter? And they just laughed at me. Said, you don't know what curved means? Well, yeah, I do. I'm just asking you. What is the difference?
It's still a meter.
Yeah, it's still a meter. Yeah, but they wouldn't answer that. They would not. Then it all went quiet then and stuff like that. So okay, right. So after a while, I just left after asking a few more times. It's quite funny just to poke them a little bit. Get silly
The,
answers.
the head games they go through to try to deny that there are curves and arcs and spheres and balls.
Yeah.
Because Bev's told them that spherical geometry isn't a thing, so therefore it isn't a thing because he said so, and none of them
But
will dare go
that's
against
just-
anything he says.
That's just silly, as we know.
Yeah.
Welcome to flat Earth.
But
It's just silly.
the thing is, what gets me when I asked him how many meters it was between North Pole and the equator, and he said, "Well, is that curved meters or straight meters?" He didn't. I said, "Well, what is it in straight meters? What it in curved meters?" He didn't know. Like it. Well, okay, if you didn't know, why were you asking me whether it's straight meters or curved meters? Why did you to ask me that to begin with? Like you
Yeah.
knew what it meant, you know. Why do you feel the need to ask me that question if you don't know the answer?
That's right.
African or European?
That's right.
Meters.
Yeah. Swallow.
Oh
right?
yes, oh yes, but the African meter is non-migratory. Yeah. Oh,
Here's
dear.
a little bit of a test, but let's see see if we can hear this. I'll just play this. It's not coming through yet, so come on. I was playing 2 seconds ago, and now that I've wanted
Can't hear
you
a thing.
guys hear it, can't hear it.
No.
Nah, it shouldn't be able to hear it.
No,
Oh,
I-
there we go.
You do imaginometry.
Can you hear that?
Right.
Yeah.
Blue Marble says a circle is a
So you can hear that?
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this was a little bit that came up. Just is that all right, Terry? Play this for a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
plane figure bounded by one curved line, and such that all straight lines drawn from a certain point within it to the bounding line are equal.
Okay, everyone, what's he describing?
Um,
I'll pay
Is it
attention.
describing a circle or a disc?
Yep,
Hmm.
a circle. Same thing. That was for this effort. Same thing. Sorry, Alan.
No, I was going to say the circumference.
And
Well,
then
this
he
is
wrote the
we'll
bounding
go on.
line. I don't know. But okay, they're equal. So where you place your pointy bit of the compass to where you put the circle, right? Are they equal?
What?
Are
No.
all of the straight lines from where you place your pointy bit to the line that you draw, the circumference? Are they equal?
If you made straight lines, yeah, it would be a cone, but there are no straight lines involved.
would be a
because we're talking about
cone.
great circles.
It would be a cone, did you say?
So
Is
If
it-
there were
is a
straight
cone
lines.
a plane
It's just
figure?
saying if
Matt,
A, if A
Is
then B,
a cone a plane figure?
See, he wasn't
Well, no,
listening,
no.
was he?
Okay,
All
so
the
when
lines-
blue,
No, that's too.
Because he
long.
clearly
So-
said if they were straight lines, it would be a cone, but they aren't straight lines; they're great circles.
That's
well, I
flat
mean,
Earth.
he's
Flat
only
Earth
going to
flat.
he's only going to pick out cherry pick what he wants to suit his narrative, isn't he? I mean, that's what all flat earthers do.
Yeah,
All of
but
them.
Bev is a huge proponent
Yeah, yeah.
of not just cherry picking, but thinking he heard what he wants to hear, not what
Yeah.
the guy actually said.
Yeah, he does that all the time. Yeah, we know that. Yeah.
So I'll go on with what he says.
Blue Marble's writing in here in the chat for you, Matt. Yeah, Blue Marble's trying to help you out here, right? He's quoting it. I'm quoting Blue Marble here. He says a circle is a plane figure bounded by one curved line, and such that all straight lines drawn from a certain point within it to the bounding line are equal. Now, you've just said that where you placed your point and drew the circumference, they are equal, but they form a cone. And I
Oh, what
asked
you
you if
said.
a cone was a plane figure, and you said
Because you-
not. So
well, 'cause you
obviously,
said the
by
straight
your
line, you said-
own definition, it
No,
does
that's not what you
not
said.
fit the thing that blue is
That's not what he said.
Not what
in
you said.
there for a
Okay,
circle.
so I think the problem that we're having
Is
is
it blue's
that-
having the problem?
is that we can draw a circle multiple ways. One of the ways is to use a compass on a sheet of paper on a table and then you pull the pointy bit and the pencil apart, and that
You didn't
forms
pull
a
them up,
radius.
and
Flat
not
sheet
what
of
not
paper.
what you said.
Another
That's a
way of
typical
forming a
radius
circle,
for a circle, isn't it?
another way of forming a circle,
Uh-huh.
the pointy bit and the pencil are not the radius, but you still stick the pointy bit on the wall, and you draw a circle. The pointy bit is not the center of the circle, so therefore the distance between the pointy bit and the pencil is not the radius, but you're still drawing a circle. You're still drawing a circle.
Yeah.
I was going to say, technically, it's still a radius, but anyway, move on.
Do you
my
is
goodness,
that
full of
something you
these.
teach?
No, I don't tend to
You
teach
don't teach that.
geometry.
No.
But
You just
I
come in
think it's
here and
very
talk to
interesting.
adults
Not a
about your
circle, though.
bullshit.
Still not a circle.
you know,
You're not
anyone
an
can
adult.
look up what's the
Might be
intersection between
physically,
a
but
plane
mentally
and a
you're
cir-
not.
and a sphere? And
This is the bit I found that just had no concept of intersection.
that shape.
Are
is
we
called a
clear
circle.
now
On the
though what a
plane.
circle is? Like I know most of us in here understand exactly what a circle is.
Don't think you do.
Are we talking about the same thing now?
So exactly what blue marble science defined, but that is not the only way you can draw it. That's
Circle
that's
is a
the-
plane figure, right?
absolutely
Okay.
When you intersect a plane and a sphere, you're going to get a circle.
What?
When you intersect a
On the
plane
plane.
and a sphere, you're going to get a circle.
On the plane.
Right, and also on the sphere. It's the
Right,
set of
no,
intersection
no,
points. They belong to both.
No, just on the plane. No, just
Oh
on
my
the plane.
goodness. You know what an intersection?
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
shut up!
Oh
Let
my
him
goodness.
finish.
The
Fucking hell.
center is not on the sphere, nor
No,
is
that's
the
not a
radius.
prerequisite.
Is that Mike Jones?
Oh, it is. A circle
not.
is a
I knew
circumference. Is a circle. Is a circle.
Yeah, that-
He
No,
might
it's
be
a circle.
talking. He might be talking about
Yeah,
the
that's Mike
spherical,
Jones.
the base of the spherical cap, the conical
You know what's
That's
spherical
El
cap.
Creepo.
Do you know what the word circumference means?
Notice you're not answering my question.
Do you know what the word circumference means?
Just
I've
starting off
already
with a
defined
yes.
it,
Mike.
so you're
Just
not
say
really
yes.
Yeah, so you know that it's not a circle.
What?
A circumference is not a
You get the gist
I-
of where it goes.
What? So a circumference is not a circle now.
No, apparently not.
What?
And also, he accepts that when you push the plane through the circle, through a plane through a sphere, that you get a circle, but it only appears on the plane, not on the sphere. So how could it be on one and disappears when you look at the other?
It's the words "great circle" that kind of give it away. It's a circle.
It doesn't have to be a great circle.
Well,
Any
no,
plane
any,
through a
yeah,
sphere will
well,
create
any,
a circle.
yeah, anyone, exactly.
So if you cut an
Okay,
orange up
basic.
into, if you cut an orange up into segments, you don't get a circles. You don't get circles.
If your first cut, you'll get a circle on both sides.
If you cut it in half, yeah, yeah, it's a
You'll
circle.
get, or it,
Take
when
one
you cut
segment
it
out, then no.
Technically,
cut it into segments.
technically, the circumference is a property of a circle. Because the circumference
yes,
is the length of that circle. It's the perimeter of a circle.
I agree with you, except I've been in blues and been told by all the mathematicians that, there's other ways of looking at it. So I don't disagree with you, but there's.
But in general day-to-day use, yes, the circumference is a circle because the circumference is of the circle.
You can only have a circumference on a circle and an ellipse.
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 Yes.
Ellipse. That's it.
Lisp. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah. Circle or ellipse. But and that again is a problem with these words that we use in everyday language. We all take them to be this when they can also be that, and of course that's another of Bev's strong go-to points. We all know what the accepted definition of words are, but he's got a different one, or an old-fashioned one that dropped out of use 200 years ago, or whatever, because it's all part of the game.
Well, I thought I'd play a little bit of from Geo's one where use of perspective was still having issues with Coriolis and aeroplanes.
Oh God, back to that again, are we?
Right.
I hate Coriolis.
That's good, but at least I can say now that I can play YouTube and you guys can hear it. So
You've tested it and it worked.
it worked. Yeah.
Just a shame it had to be his bloody voice.
Yeah, well, I was listening
What do
to
you?
Planet Work
Was that a
earlier,
YouTube? Is that off of YouTube? Off the YouTube, was it?
Yeah, that was YouTube.
Oh, okay.
So you didn't record that off YouTube. That was actually YouTube itself you were playing rather than
Yeah,
a link.
yeah.
Oh, okay, right.
So I was playing it from the
From Bev's channel. Yeah,
Discord.
yeah.
No, well, Blues Discord, but it was a YouTube.
Oh
channel.
yeah, yeah.
But
Yeah, it's still a
I've worked
YouTube.
out how to loop. I worked out how to loop back everything back through into Zoom, so you guys can hear it and everything can stream, etc. Hear it as well. So okay, it's
Sweet.
working well. Okay, sorry, Terry, and you were going to play. So
I was going to play a
Jim's
little
Silver.
bit of this.
Yeah, Terry.
What, Matt?
Terry, don't touch anything.
Don't touch. Okay.
Don't touch anything.
Well, no, don't. Well, play it, but don't fiddle with anything.
No,
Don't-
no,
that's,
yeah,
that's what I
don't-
mean. Don't touch anything else.
As
Right.
long as I-
As if I press this button.
Basically, what it's a bit like me going into your shed in your garage where your car is, and like you got all your tools all neatly all piled up.
Yeah, I got them all. I
neat
know
and
where
laid,
everything
basically.
is.
Yeah, and you'll probably say, "Don't touch anything, Matt." Probably
You're-
right. The
They're
same
all-
thing.
they're all
Don't.
dumped on the bench.
Yeah.
Oh no, hang on, that's my bench. I really must
Your
tidy
bench.
that bench.
My
up.
missus will be down there sometimes when I'm down there, and she'll pick something up off the bench, and I say, "Don't pick that up. Leave that where it was."
Yeah, it belongs there. Don't touch
Yeah.
it.
Don't move it. I'll never find it again.
Yeah.
It looks like chaos, but it's my chaos. I know where everything is.
Exactly.
I gave you a guided tour of the mess down there.
You did, yeah.
My mother did that once to my father's aero modelling workshop.
Oh God.
I did it all up when we weren't there. Dad went mental.
Can't find
We
anything
couldn't
now.
find stuff for months.
Tidied it away. Where she tidied it? Yeah.
In
Yeah,
fact,
that's the
he had
point.
to go out and buy new stuff
Because he couldn't
to
find it.
replace the stuff he couldn't find.
So if we
Because
moved
he
one of your
needed it.
books there, Matt, Farmer, if you weren't looking, if we moved a book, you'd know that was missing or moved.
Most of it probably yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I would. I'm just looking at over off screen where all my
Oh,
modelling
your
stuff
tank
is.
stuff.
I tidied up the right hand side where I do all the making and the modelling. What I need to tidy up is the left hand side where I do all the painting and the spraying because, quite frankly, it looks like somebody's lobbed a grenade in there. It's a right bloody state.
Yeah, but you know where everything is,
But-
don't you?
Well, sort of.
Well, I mean,
sort of.
this is probably why Farmer hasn't got a woman in his life at the moment because otherwise she'll just come in and tidy it up and he won't know where to find it.
Look, I've said for nearly 7 years now, it's great living on your own because everything's where you left it. The trick is to remember
Where you left it. Yeah,
Where
yeah,
you
that's
left
it.
it.
Yeah, when you get to
That's-
our age, it does get a bit more difficult.
That's the challenge. It's like, I can go into the other spare room and go, it's in here somewhere. Where did I bloody put it?
I'm actually quite lucky. My missus knows exactly where I put things.
Yeah.
I don't know where I put things, but she knows where I put things. So I just ask her and say, "Where's this?" And she knows instantly where it is because I put it there, but I can't remember.
Well,
She knows.
I
Somehow.
had that to a degree when I was married, but basically, whoever had the house before us had converted the garage, back half of the garage into an office, and that was my office. And
Yeah.
that was like, you can come in here and you can talk to me and you can ask me questions, but touch nothing. And she was quite au fait with that. So that was my space,
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
It's the same with
and
my
even then-
computer. Yeah, my
Even then, you rummage around and go, oh, for fuck's sake, where did I put that?
Yeah, it's the same with my computer desk. My missus doesn't touch anything on my computer desk. I know exactly where things are. I don't need it touched. Just leave it there.
Yeah.
Paperwork that I might need to refer to shortly. It looks like a mess, but it's not. I know where everything is.
There's a pile there. There's a pile there on the windowsill. There's a pile.
Anything else in the house, I have no clue where I put things. No clue. But I know what everything is in my desk.
Oh no, I'm very disciplined. I have. Oh look, there you go. You can see the bloody logo, Oxy Lidl.
Little.
Most
Stop
of them are
advertising.
Lidl.
Stop advertising.
I'm
Anyway,
trying to-
Terry, what you
yeah,
got?
I'm just trying to get the bit to play because I'll just play 10 minutes of it because Bob the Science Guy is trying to explain it to new perspective. 'Cause he's more of a pilot, knowing about flight paths, and New Perspective keeps getting things confused about which directions, north, south, east, and west. And
Who's this Bob? Did you say?
Yeah, Bob the science guy was in there too.
Bob, yeah.
Okay, now what have I got to do? Somehow I've got to turn virtual camera on. Okay.
Oh dear. Thanks for watching the stream, guys.
Well, that's what I did. Well, I did that last week. Turn virtual camera on.
Get ready to see the next stream.
And then you should be able to see.
Yeah.
If I do.
I'll have to
that,
ping you though.
If I do
drum roll.
that, but it's back to front for me, but not for you. And all we need now is sound. So if I press play,
that's my job.
The Peanuts should be able to hear this and see this.
Right, okay. Are you ready, Terry?
Oh,
are you ready, everybody?
I hope so. Trepidation is kicking in.
Terry,
cross your fingers.
Terry,
yes, Matt.
Yeah, press play.
Okay, here we go.
Velocity that you would have to make up for. And they always try to say, well, you just bank east and correct for it. Well, if you're headed south-southwest, you can't bank east and correct for it. You have to pick up.
The only reason they say east is because we're talking about a north-south direction. Left and right is just deviating from your path of travel.
Yeah, east is the reason we talk about east, Howard, is because the Earth is supposedly moving eastward at the equator 1,000 miles an hour. And so if you had to gain momentum, if you had to gain 500 miles of eastward momentum, but you only flew west, you can't say you bank east at all because you're headed south-southwest.
This gave me a headache trying to figure out what he was going on about.
Towards the equator, it wouldn't be in an eastward direction. You'd have to gain 500 miles per hour eastward momentum. But if you never went east, you can't even talk about this idea of gaining momentum in that direction. Yeah, that's why they have to make it seem like I don't understand, or that it's just stationary and the same thing, or it's irrelevant and it's relevant and correct for it, but don't worry about it. Just follow your ground speed. These are all ways of you guys trying to justify.
I put the whole write-up in the chat for you. Go ahead and look at that, and hopefully that'll make some sense to you.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead and look at it. You can't explain it, can you?
I have explained it a number of times, but you go look at it in writing so that you can digest it a little better.
Yeah. It's all about me now. See how this tactic of making it seem like I don't understand.
It is about you. You're not getting it. We're trying very hard to help you get it and walk you through it.
You just don't get it. Seriously, that's the only thing we're trying to help you with. You're not getting it.
Yeah, you're trying to help me. See how this is gaslighting you guys? Everybody listening can hear this.
I've got it right there for you. Here, I'll put it up again just so that you can see it again. Right there. That explains it. That explains Coriolis and how the east-west Coriolis works.
Rather than explain the situation you can't get out of because it's a gotcha.
No, I've already explained it to you a few times. You're just not getting it.
You didn't explain shit. You think left and right's the same, even if you
I've
go
heard Blue
south,
explain
southwest.
it on many
Left
occasions.
and
I never said that at all.
Going straight
Not Blue,
south
sorry,
or straight north.
And
I never said that at all. The deviation is to the right. It doesn't matter what direction it is. I've told you that a dozen times.
That's ridiculous. You want to repeat that again for everybody? Left and
Coriolis causes a deviation to the right in the northern hemisphere. It doesn't matter what direction it is. It doesn't matter what direction you're traveling.
Plane's direction. If the plane's headed south-southwest, left and right don't mean east and west any longer.
I agree with you. Absolutely. And, and the deviation is to the right, and that's all. It doesn't matter what direction you're going.
Bob, very simple question. Don't divert and don't try to act like you're teaching me anything. Just answer the question.
I'm not teaching you anything because you're just not getting it. I'm not able to teach it to you.
I don't get it because that's your go-to
No,
because you're stuck.
He's not listening.
If you're headed south-southwest, Bob, but you're headed to a higher tangential velocity, how are you going to gain eastward momentum if you're only going west and south?
Well, you've got a west component on that, and you're going to have less westward movement than you would have if you weren't dealing with the Coriolis effect.
Okay, everybody just repeat that in their heads and see if you can make sense of it.
That doesn't matter if it makes sense to you or not. I gave you the write-up for it. Just read it.
It's not.
I think Kosho's animation kind of puts it in perspective. This ball.
Yeah, right. I love that animation. I love that animation.
So yeah, picture Okay. I mean,
This is so funny.
It's really hard to talk to you, and every time I start to say something, you talk over me. I mean, I don't want to whine about it.
You won't answer the direct question. You already admitted
I'm trying to answer it. The actual change of direction with respect from point A to point B is the reason why you can then end up at a higher tangential velocity position. You didn't just go straight down. It actually took a curved path, and that curved path is the reason why you now can end up at a higher tangential velocity, but in a different position longitudinally, because you have now changed longitudinal positions as a consequence of that. I mean, I've tried the most simple.
You can't gain eastward
And
momentum.
then you gotta talk over me.
He just doesn't have the insight to be able to do this. You know,
I mean, Bob, we have to agree, Bob. It's a great question. I just wish you'd understand our answer, because it's actually it's a valid question.
No, it's a fantastic question, and east-west Coriolis is very difficult to wrap your head around, because you've got to sit down and you've got to look at it in 3 dimensions.
And that's why Kosho's drawing, Kosho's animation should help you understand what we're talking about.
Doesn't help anything. He's trying to make it seem like there's this avenue that keeps you in line with automatically locks you into this one-to-one position with the Earth. That's not even how you do. That's not even how you explain.
Well, that ball's going straight, but it's knocking over the borders to the right-hand side of it, right?
Hey,
this is analogous to going north, right? This is analogous to going north.
No, you're diverting. You realize that you can't pick up eastward momentum when you're only going west. You have no answer for that. Period. That's why there's silence in the room right now.
No, answer
it.
Frustrating.
Don't make it about me.
It is.
Answer the question.
This isn't the southward. This is more looking north, right?
Don't make this about me.
It's like shooting the ball north.
I have a southward one, but that's a northbound one. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
What's your answer?
I know. I've seen the south one you did.
How do you pick up eastward momentum when you're headed to a higher tangential velocity?
Look at the drawing. Look at the animation. Look at the cartoon. It says everything right there.
Oh yeah, the cartoon. The cartoon
it shows you how it happens. It's a perception thing.
No, it's just.
Remember, the surface is not changing. It's only the tangential velocities with respect to the axis of rotation.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You really answered it there, didn't you?
No.
How do you?
So we have a ball leaving the surface, and as a consequence of it having a lower tangential velocity to start, it ends up turning in that reference frame. And that turning is what gives it the extra tangential velocity upon its arrival at the higher tangential velocity latitude.
Huh? What?
I couldn't speak any slower and explain it any better, I don't think. I know
that actually made sense to me. That really did.
Answer the direct question again. I'll ask: how do you gain eastward momentum when you're headed to a higher tangential velocity?
Diverting by the actual natural diverting over the. Remember in the inertial. Hold on.
Probably good.
You remember, because it's only with respect to the ground. You're not really. It's a virtual gaining of momentum. You're not gaining momentum.
Oh, it's virtual now. It's virtual momentum.
Well, because you're going in a straight line with respect to the sun. The sun just sees that thing take off from the north and go south, and it goes in a perfectly straight line. It doesn't gain any momentum with respect to the sun. It's only gaining momentum with the ground.
Now you're
and
talking
it gains momentum. Oh my God!
Now you're talking about the sun. That's not diverting. Come on.
No, I'm trying to put it in perspective for you.
You don't have to worry about me.
Your name is perspective. This is a new perspective. New perspective. I'm trying to give you a new perspective.
You admitted to failing on this, and now you're acting like you never failed.
Failing you. I'm hurt that I can't convince you to understand.
You're not hurt about
basic logic here.
No, you're talking about me not being able to understand something.
Yes.
You won't answer.
I'm failing at I'm failing at you being able to understand this concept.
He won't listen to the answer.
Yeah, me understanding it.
This guy's not right.
It's not the answer he wants.
So I'm not doing a good enough job.
It's
my fault.
You're right. Use the answer to this direct question and don't talk over me.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He doesn't get the answer he wants. He won't listen to the answer.
Direct question and don't talk over me. How do you gain momentum?
You have a complete change.
You only went west and south. You never went east.
The car when the guy's asking how far you go and it's 60 miles. It's almost like that girl in the car when the guy's asking how far you go and it's 60 miles.
I have to jump it again. I hope that doesn't break it.
Be directly straight above it, so it's gonna be definitely to the right, like Coriolis does affect things to the right in the northern hemisphere going north. So that ball will be way to the right of the upper white box. Now, when it gets to that line, it naturally will be at the lesser tangential velocity. You're going to say, well, you can't destroy momentum. How could you do that? Because during its path, it made a curve to the right. And that curve to the right, with respect to the box on the left, allowed it to match perfectly because it's just going in a straight line. It's the globe that's rotating underneath it. Me, I'm desperate.
You're desperately avoiding the question still, Zanuck. If you're going south and west only, how do you gain eastward momentum to match
the south
answer the question.
component is what you need to deal with. The west is just another wrinkle you put in to make it sound whatever answer we give you sounds crazy.
It's not making it sound anyway. It's a direct question.
It
Answer
does,
it.
because that you don't need to add that variable in there.
Oh, you don't need it? It's a direct question.
Because if you travel more south, I'll tell you why. If you travel more south, it's like you have some western velocity, and when you get to your airport, you just bleed off that airspeed and land.
What?
You will go. You will be going faster than the Earth. You will be going faster than the Earth, going west, and you will. Okay.
Momentum.
It's almost impossible. It is impossible to talk to you. I'm tried. You need more. I feel bad that I can't explain this well enough for you to understand.
No,
so
talk over one another a bit here.
For your out. It's not even an out. It just makes you sound dumb. And
well,
it makes you sound
that's why. Okay, dumb. Really? This is colloquial definition, perspective. And I know you're going to talk over me the whole time, so I'm just going to talk quietly and calmly. See, maybe you can stop and just listen and get something. That's why I brought. I can't help myself from stopping, but I'm just going to do it anyway. I said I'm done. You're on the merry-go-round. You're in the center. You have zero tangential velocity. Throw the ball to your buddy. It curves to the right and goes to your other buddy to your right, his left. Okay. Now, when he catches it in the pitcher's mitt, it comes in at a slight angle. And that angle is all the difference in the world for what actually happened there. It didn't gain any tangential velocity. It didn't gain its magical tangential velocity, but it ended up having more tangential velocity because it hit his mitt and he stopped it. Did it hit with any harder velocity than it would have if you would have thrown it straight to your buddy on a stationary merry-go-round? No. Well, how'd that happen? It doesn't make any sense. Because the movement in the curve was virtual, was not real. It was in the rotating reference frame that the point coordinate system that's rotating, that it took this deviant path from your buddy's direction to your buddy to your other buddy to
Good
his
analogy. That makes sense to me as well.
Right. Nothing was created or destroyed. No animals were killed in the filming of this demonstration. It just gained, when he ended up catching it, it now has and possesses, due to this curved path, the higher tangential velocity. That's all I can really do at this point.
I like the merry-go-round visual explanation.
That was the answer.
It's a good way to see it.
I wonder if someday you're going to play this back and say, God, I wish I would have gotten it. I felt so
I've already
stupid
recorded, put it on my
arguing with
channel.
you. Then you should go back and listen to this over and over again because you just don't understand it.
This is hilarious. You have to go back to me not understanding when you want to answer the direct question of how you gain more eastward momentum when you only went south and
He's
west.
answered it. Jesus wept.
Because you turned to the right in the merry-go-round example.
He's just answered it about 4 or 5 times.
In
Just
the
after listening.
Yes, you turned to the right. That's why.
This reminds me of so much.
That's why.
If you didn't turn to the right,
somebody coming in and asking me a certain question.
I put a diagram for him in the chat.
And I rotated it for him because it might confuse him if it's
I appreciate it.
If it's not orientated in the right, north, south, east, west orientation for him.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I saw that.
I appreciate that. Yep. I appreciate that. Yeah, let's get the diagram in there and make sure that he makes it look like he doesn't understand when we can't answer the direct question. Zanuck, how do you?
There's the answer to your direct question right there.
He's not very good with diagrams.
Yeah, it's all about me.
He's not very good with listening either, because that's the answer to his question.
What's the answer? Just say it.
Look at it.
I'm not looking at anything. You answer the question.
Well, then I'm not explaining it to you.
Of course he's not.
When you only went
Of course
south
he's
and
not
west.
going to look at it.
Answer the question.
I showed you the eastern vector right
don't
there.
Tell me anything. Just tell me. You can't.
I went to all the
It
trouble.
wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter if you told him.
I showed you the eastern vector right there.
None of us told me anything. I'm not looking at anything. You can't.
Well, that's on you.
That's fine. You have to just revert to like, oh, show me.
I thought I was being sarcastic in a sense of when I said I rotated it, just so it makes it easier for the directions.
I mean, the fact is that, he keeps saying, well, just tell me. It wouldn't matter whether he told him or not,
No.
because he just won't accept the answer. You just keep repeating the question. You haven't answered the question.
He has been told. He's been told numerous times. There's a diagram explaining it as well. And he's just like, no, just tell me. I'm not listening. I'm not looking, but tell me anyway.
Yeah.
So it even gets a little bit better later on. I just hope I catch that bit.
This is your favourite subject, isn't it, Coriolis, Terry?
I don't mind it. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Especially if when the flatties get confused between powered flight and projectile.
Oh yeah, that's
the bit that always gives me a laugh.
Ballistics.
Yeah, ballistics. Yeah.
Flight. Yeah.
Give me this diagram that makes what? Okay, what's the diagram? Let's look at it.
I took the time to draw it out for you so that you could understand it. It's on you whether or not you look at it.
I'll look at it right now. Okay. Wish everyone could see this on the live stream.
They can.
So let me just explain it to me in your words, right? In your words right now, as you're looking at your diagram.
They're written right on the diagram.
Explain how a plane that's flying south and west only.
So somebody opened it up the wrong one.
I just showed you right there.
No, you want to make it seem like this little scribble you put on a paper answers it, but you can't put it into words.
They'll open up the other one.
Zanuck, have a look at it and tell me whether or not you think that answers the question.
I don't know why they opened that one for.
Well, no, that's like it's right.
Yeah, that one. Open that one up.
Like Dave doesn't understand something, so we can get out of this situation.
Or Terry rotated it. Thanks, Terry.
I just thought I'd help him.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's kind of it. I mean, it's going.
All right, you understand what I'm saying?
It's south. It goes.
I want somebody else to talk.
Goes to the east and goes south. It goes to the east, and when it ends up at the east, I mean at the destination, it has a higher tangential velocity.
How did it gain more eastward momentum when it never went?
Simply by turning to the left to get back on course, you're adding that eastward component to it.
But you already agreed left is not east. Left is not east when you're headed south-southwest, Bob.
Left is not east.
No, I didn't.
Oh, so you think that eastward, left?
It's right on the diagram there, Chief.
No, when you're headed south-southwest, left is not east any longer. You understood that before. Do you not get that now?
It's right on the diagram.
It's on the diagram.
And yes, by the way, this is rather difficult stuff to go through, and it's not unexpected that he doesn't get it.
But I can't put it into words for the room right now.
This is difficult.
But it's for him. Yeah.
When do we get to that part?
This is the silence that I'm enjoying because you guys did.
Racking our heads because you obviously don't understand it.
Zanuck, we're not racking our heads. You may be racking your head. I'm done with
I
them.
don't know how else I can explain it.
Don't give yourself a headache, Zanuck.
Yeah, don't bother with it anymore, Zanuck. He's been given the information. It's not a knowledge deficit issue that he has. He's just got it's a technique problem that he's got. He just doesn't connect the dots.
The answer to the question: how do you gain more eastward momentum when you only went south and west? Put it into
I just showed you.
Diagram. Put it into words right now for the room, or you can't.
I just did.
No,
by making that turn to the left, you have an eastward component to it.
You don't.
You're trading some speed in the direction that you're going to go east.
Bob, left is no longer eastward when you're going south-southwest.
Your course is going to be east of your flight path, so you have to turn back to the left to do it.
No, your course is south-southwest.
Yes, and your actual the Coriolis effect will take you to the right. You have to turn back to the left, and that left turn has got a component to the east.
No, you already admitted that south-southwest, left and right are no longer east and west. You already admitted that. It's obvious to anyone. South-southwest.
There's still an eastward component to it.
How's the eastward component involved when you're going south and west only?
Because you are moving to the left. Left is the direction of east. And you're also moving to the south.
Yeah, but left is no longer left is kind of like an angle to south southwest, maybe south southeast, but it's not an eastward direction.
Well,
You'd
go
have to
into
gain
Discord,
500 miles
Sheepy,
per
and
hour
you can.
eastward momentum, but
I
your
can get it
plane
from
only
there.
went in south southwest direction. That's your problem.
Is this plane going south?
Southeast is a
Southwest,
bit of south and it's a
west,
bit of
but
east. I
then
mean,
a little
Is it
what's
going?
difficult to understand?
Is it
about that?
going south of west?
Let's say Chicago to San Diego. Let's use that.
Is it going south of west?
Chicago to San Diego.
Okay, that's south of west, though. That's south of due
Yeah.
west, though, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
If you turn left on that course, you will have an eastern component to your resulting course.
Oh, really?
Yes, compared to what you were doing, if you're turning left,
I don't know why I kept
you're going
flashing
to
up.
have
I might
an
have been trying
eastern
to.
and a
I
southern
might have been
component
trying
to
to butt
your
in
course.
when I
That's
could.
vector.
No, because if you're angled mostly west, but a little bit
The
south.
timing's terrible.
Left
The
doesn't
delays
mean
when I try to
east.
talk on Discord. So
If you're headed,
If you're going left, you are having an east component to your turn.
No, left is not east when you're headed mostly
Oh,
west.
for fuck's sake! I'm going to draw you another diagram to help you out.
Yeah, I think you might have to.
I would love to see
If I was travelling south and I turned left, I'd be going definitely east.
have an
So
eastward
that's
component.
south. If I turned right, I'd be going west.
Draw me a diagram that shows that the
If I
left
turned
turn
around, I'd be going back north again.
southwest plane is actually an eastward momentum. You would have to gain 500 miles per hour east, but you're only went
I'll
west
just
and
put him
south.
anywhere, Sheepy.
And you act like I don't
fair
understand.
suck will do. I think you're being a bit pedantic in the actual directions that we're trying to explain to you.
Me being pedantic. Okay, that was a good one.
Yeah, true. Well, he is.
Yeah.
Don't make it about me. Just answer the direct question. Gio, are
Well,
you
we've
still
been,
here?
we've been trying to.
Does anybody else want to talk? Because these guys are just ridiculous. They have no.
You uttered, Alan?
Concept of, shame they have no concept of vector addition, isn't it?
Well, I know what a vector is, that's for sure.
Yeah.
What's
I
that
mean-
vector, Victor?
Did you guys try singing to him?
No.
Could try that, maybe. Coriolis, 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 Coriolis.
How would you put tangential velocity in that song then? Go ahead.
Oh, I don't
With,
know.
with extreme trouble.
Yeah. You can't really sing that, can you? Tangential velocity, tangential velocity. I don't know.
No,
What on
it
earth?
don't gel.
Duck over to Discord and see what Sheepy just posted some heap of stuff. I've got no idea what it is.
Oh my lord!
Yeah, I got no.
What
Somebody else can have a quick peruse through that while we're playing this.
No answer, and they know it. And everyone else here knows it.
I think everybody else here knows what directions are.
Yeah. So then, okay, does left mean east when you're going west and south?
It's more east. Yeah.
If you turn left or
You're
right,
adding more east.
depending on what direction you're going, on the north, south, east, west, well, it'd have to be that vector you're going is the east or west. If you turn around, you're going back the way you came, so you're going back north again.
Okay, so if you're going south, right, mostly west, like Chicago to San Diego, right? Just imagine that path, Chicago to San Diego. Is left going to
I'm not from Northern Hemisphere, so that one makes it a bit harder for me.
eastward momentum?
Yeah, I know, that's what I
on
threw
that,
that
and
into
the
it.
angle that's going mostly west and a little bit south, you think that left is going to add to your eastward momentum? You really think that? Do you understand directions?
Yeah.
This is a gotcha, guys. This is all we need. Forget about refraction. Forget about curvature. Forget about any of this. This debunks the globe. It's the reason that Howard's trained to fly over a stationary Earth, and that Dr. Bob said, "Oh, it's irrelevant." But then he talks about all these corrections, and then left and right being the same no matter which direction you're going.
Sorry,
This is
sorry,
all very, very,
Bob,
very
I couldn't stop myself from coming up with another idea. I have another
Zanuck
idea.
admitted not having an answer.
I'll do
And
another.
here he
I
is
have an
again.
answer
I think
that-
this still
that-
carries
Answer.
on.
Not-
West. It's
Well,
southeast.
it's going to be mostly south. Yeah, it's south
Southeast.
mostly. But no, but
45 degrees.
Here we go.
I even
Like,
tried
think about
to
it. If you just
get
look at the
some
plane
other
going from
stuff
Chicago to
from
San
the
I don't need to
Coriolis
think
that-
about it. I've already thought about it. I'm explaining it to you.
It's so funny. It's like I'm talking to like somebody up on the nervous breakdown, like edge of a nervous
I'm
breakdown.
not the one that's sitting down constantly talking.
Yeah, every time I hear that nervous laugh,
You go if you're going mostly if you picture the plane going from Chicago to San Diego, we see that angle, right? The left wing of your plane is pretty much just directly towards the equator. It's not headed directly east.
That would not be towards the equator. That would actually be towards the northwest.
The problem is, Bob, that the east is mostly backwards from where you're
So
headed.
what?
So you need to go backwards and forwards.
No, there's no requirement to go due east. I can go southeast and still get an eastern component to my flight.
No, but you're talking about a direct east movement of the Earth, directly.
I don't need to go direct east. All I need to do is go east enough to compensate for the rotational change.
I don't think that's true, because you would have to have
do the math and show me. Do the math and show me.
You'd have to have more. Just conceptually, Bob, you're obviously.
I don't care. No, you do the math and show me I'm wrong.
When you look at the plane that's headed for the San Diego from Chicago, it's facing mostly west. So the left plane of the left wing of the plane is facing the equator more so than eastward, right?
But so it is facing eastward
because it's at an angle to the equator a little bit, and you want.
But it is facing eastward, and that's what you're not grasping.
See, these are all things that you're including. Like, I would have to go a bank east to make sure I'm in.
No, I even threw in the equation for the Coriolis
new
effect
tangential velocity. These are all things that left lane was never trained to do. Right?
I didn't think that.
I'm done.
He's
I know you
asking
are.
Bob to answer
Thanks
a
for
question,
playing.
right? And he just will not listen to the answer.
To be a complete fool.
Just won't listen to it. And then he claims Bob's not answering the question.
What's that second word? East.
Just because the angle is a little bit east of the equator doesn't make it a direct eastward momentum gain.
Still east, though.
They're still east. This is so sad. Clinging on to that fact that the angle might be a little bit east, then you would gain all that new 200 miles per hour eastward momentum. Now,
show me the math. Show me the math. Show me with math that I'm wrong.
On the level here, the truth
there's
is,
the equation.
If this were actually
right
possible,
in the side chat for him.
First of all, you're in a separate reference frame. So once you start talking about catching up, or slowing down, or speeding up to meet this new tangential velocity, you're already fucked. Because you never have to do that when you.
I don't think he knows what reference frames are.
Stationary, just like the flight simulators.
I think I had that conversation.
Right? But if it was actually moving, what you would see is a totally different direction to the flight. Right? You would actually go downwards. You would actually go more south than west if you were headed from Chicago to San Diego, because San Diego would be spinning towards you. Right? So you would go to meet the city at where it's gonna be 2 hours or 3 hours from the time you leave. Right? In fact, I made a diagram. If you guys want to see, I put it in there. It shows you the idea of the difference. If you were actually on a spinning ball, the flight path would be completely different. You would take advantage of the spinning Earth, and you would let the city come to you, right? And then you would meet it at where the city's going to be, because you're in a separate reference frame than the Earth. That's the way it works. That's technically the way it would work.
You're not in a separate reference frame. You're in a rotating reference frame, just like the Earth is.
We see the flight path go directly from Chicago to San Diego because it flies directly from Chicago to San Diego.
It goes in a great circle between Chicago and San Diego.
It doesn't curve down to try to meet the city where it's going to be, because the city would have moved separately from the plane. That's the problem. And it doesn't do that because the Earth is stationary.
Not this again. Good Lord.
Yeah.
What a bunch of idiots.
Yeah. And unfortunately, of course, the aircraft is in the air, which is also rotating with the Earth.
That's the entire problem. He's forgetting the fact that the atmosphere is rotating with the Earth.
I just don't know how.
Here's a little
anybody
diagram I made. I'll put it.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you're right, Matt.
No, I don't understand. Well, I do understand how somebody could be so disingenuous. It's like he keeps asking the same question. They give him an answer, and while they're giving the answer, he's talking over him, and he doesn't want to hear it. You know, I mean, it's so obvious, it's blatant, and everybody can see it. It's quite clear he doesn't want the answer. He just wants that narrative. That's all he wants. He's going to shout over the answer, shout over the answer, shout over the answer.
Yeah, that's what I've learnt, Clive. I thought everything's in all the reference frames all the time.
Yeah. I'm right in saying as well, there's only one reference frame, right?
Yeah.
No, there are millions of reference frames, but you're in all of them simultaneously.
Yeah, at the same time. Yeah. Well, yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
It's not the answer he wants. That's what Fondel's saying. That's right.
So you see in the diagram here, if the blue dot at your 200 mile per
this
hour
is where he tries to
latitude
bring in his own diagram.
is going to head south,
in the
right?
side chat.
Let's say it takes 4 hours to get to where the red dot is, right? And that's if it's stationary. So this green line represents a stationary 2 hour path, as you can see in the top right corner with a little key I made, right? That's your 2 hour path if the Earth were stationary with the green line. Now, 2 hours.
Is that a stationary Earth that's flat?
Let's just use this as an example, right?
No, let's use the actual model. Let's use an actual model that we can do a flight path on.
Look, Bob, I made this diagram, and I'm trying to use my diagram to explain what I'm talking
Can you make a flight plan on that?
Don't require me to this is just an explanation.
Stop interrupting, please.
You obviously don't understand, and I need to explain it to you like you're a third grader.
Didn't make any sense at all, this little diagram.
And if you're going to demand that I have a different diagram when I put work into this, and I'm trying to explain it with this diagram, and you think Koshos is worth talking about, where it looks like a little Atari fucking graph, and that's not accurate at all for the model, and you want to say that mine's not good enough to look at for 5 seconds, you have to start demanding I have a ball Earth for you to look at? Let me just use this as a way of explaining to you, because you're acting like a third grader, and you need to be talked to like one, okay? So this little green line is supposed to represent the stationary path. If it went straight down to that red spot, then it would only take 2 hours, according to the figures that I've made there, where the latitude and the differences between the 100-mile tangential, the 200-mile tangential, the 1,000-mile when you get out to the equator. But the problem is that 2 hours from the time it takes off, if it was spinning, the red dot on the right represents where that part of the Earth would be in 2 hours.
I should have grabbed that diagram.
So you still have to think about like the duration time of actually getting to where that would be, which causes your curved path, kind of mimicking the idea that we would have to curve left or right when we're going south, right? But then that line's a lot longer for the rotating path than it would be for the stationary. And that's where the issue is. We're going to have problems, though, when we're going south-southwest, because it needs to gain more eastward momentum to catch up to this new higher tangential velocity. Now, that's why you would curve down anyway, because if the Earth is moving faster than your plane is initially moving, then you would wait for the city to turn towards you, right? You would use that to your advantage for fuel costs and all kinds of things, and you would curve down. I've even heard Zanuck try to explain it as if this is what we do, but it's not, because we fly straight across America from Chicago to San Diego. We don't worry about curving to try to catch this Earth that's moving faster than we initially started out. Even if we could somehow curve down and meet the city where it's going to be, from where you started, well, it would make your flight times a lot faster to begin with. You would only have a 2 hour flight rather than a 4 hour flight, because the city's moving towards you, which you already acknowledged, because you said, yeah, well, you would have to, bank south-southeast to somehow correct your problem, which is actually not solving your problem, because you would need more direct eastward momentum to meet the higher tangential velocity. But you only went west and south, so you never gained more eastward momentum, even though the angle towards the equator might be considered south-southeast. It doesn't give you that angular momentum that you would need. That new tangential velocity would not be met. And even if you were trying to gauge it that way and get to the equator or wherever you're flying from, south to west or north to south, when you're going towards the equator, you need more direct eastward momentum. And if you're going south-southwest, you have no answer to it. You've all really very well demonstrated that by acting like it was my problem, acting like I don't understand when you had no direct answer. So that's all I'm going to say for the night. I think everyone else should just give me an applause on Flat Earth side right now.
Yeah, I think that'll do. I don't think it really gets much more into it anymore after that.
Well, that was moronic.
I can understand why Zanuck and Bob getting kind of frustrated, but you know, like I think Bob did the right thing. I'm done with him. You know, he doesn't want to know anything.
Yes, wasted Bob's time, to be honest.
Yeah,
he weren't listening because he wasn't getting the answer he wanted. If he's not getting the answer he's wanted, he's not interested. He's not listening.
No.
There you go. I turned it all off. It's not.
But I mean,
didn't break anything.
We're still here.
But the important thing is that other people heard it. That's the more important thing. It doesn't really matter whether he agreed, disagreed, didn't listen, or did listen.
Yeah, I suppose.
I can remember going round and round and round with Travis and Blue and Bob on a stream 4 years ago, covering this exact ground. And then somebody walked in and asked me a certain question. And I'm afraid the answer is still yes.
What was the question?
Are you talking to?
Yes.
Oh, that's right. That's what confused me with this. When he said to the equator, where he's got the 1,000 mile an hour, where's the rest of the Earth?
Yep.
Where's the other half?
What?
Well, he's only got 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. That's as far as he's drawn it.
Oh, what, on his sketch?
Oh, I wasn't looking at the thing.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
All right.
Yeah, there's a
Right,
reason why
gotcha.
we don't measure rotation in miles an hour.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what he's got here.
Everywhere on the surface of the Earth is rotating at the same rate.
Yep.
Bob.
Which one's better?
What, that really fast of 1 revolution per day?
I'm just having to hang on here because I'm just I'm gone. Yeah.
How do you think I feel? I'm upside down. I'm hanging on all the time.
Oh, yeah, you just no wonder you have troubles with your PC.
I like the challenge of sort of saying, okay, pick up a small ball, tennis ball, hold it in the air, now rotate it once a day.
There you go.
Yeah.
Is it moving?
See you tomorrow.
I can't even see it moving.
Exactly. You can't.
Yeah,
Nobody
it's
could.
moving. Yeah. I know,
Nobody
must think
could.
that's how fast the Earth's spinning going round. Yeah.
Well, they say it's
well,
1,000 mile an hour.
Do you
They
remember
don't-
that? Didn't Wes Wally do a video of some real dumb Australian? Didn't he? He's like he literally had one of those globes and he was spinning it like really fast like this, wasn't it? It's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. It's like, oh God, no, he hasn't got a clue. You know, no, it's like, right, stop doing that. Now turn it so it just rotates once in 24 hours, please. Now go ahead, see if you can do that. Does it seem fast to you? Does that seem like 1,000 miles an hour?
Okay,
This is why. This is
Push
why we
myself
don't use
back
a
in my
mountain
chair. Right now, I think they think we're going this fast,
and then some.
and then we're actually going this fast.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just so simple, basic sort of stuff.
I'll come back tomorrow and you might have rotated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it depends what time tomorrow, really. 12 hours from now, halfway, I suppose. Yeah. 180 degrees.
If you come back here 12 hours from now, I won't be sat here.
No. You'll have a sore back, but you.
So what
Well,
was Sheepy
I'll be in bed,
posting over
obviously.
there? We'll grab.
Oh,
I had a look through it all.
what a load of old bollocks! I had to look at some of that. That's just. ugh.
What was that, Terry? I missed what you said.
I'm
What's the
just
load
saying.
of
I'm just sharing out there to the peanuts. I can't even read that.
In fair suck, no, I zoomed in and went through it all, and
Yeah.
I'm sure farmers will look at it.
There's
It's a
another
lot
one.
of. I think I posted a lot
Wow,
on
another one.
there. It was.
I think
all
we're
a lot
going to
of
have to do a bit of homework on
misrepresentation.
this. It's just too much to go through.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I might put together a video on it because it'd take us 3 hours just to cover
Yeah.
a lot of the crap.
Oh god, I mean, yeah, all that lot is like one show, isn't it? That's like
I mean, you
a
can get a
whole show.
timestamp on that Earth Awakens where I played that. That was about 4 minutes, 4 hours and a bit, I think it was. I should have paused it.
What stuck out for me with this stuff that that Sheepwolves has posted for us? This all seems to have come from a guy called Michael Brenner. Now he says that he studied mechanical engineering and comparative linguistics at Vienna University of Technology. Just as he studied. Doesn't mean to say he actually passed any courses. He could have been there for a week. We don't know. And what's comparative linguistics got to do with the price of bread?
And if you want the timestamp of where he talks about that drawing that New Perspective did, it's at 3:37 roughly on this live stream.
Okay.
I'll post it in the peanuts for you. So
the peanuts, yeah.
Oh, no, I'll put it in.
Yeah,
I'll put it in stream homework. There you go. I'll put it over there.
Okay.
That's
so it's like
that's
that, like on the first page where it's got that thing about, the velocities don't work, and you've got that little diagram of the sun and the Earth spinning around. It's like, yeah, completely forgot that gravity was holding it the other way. He's just looked at it one way, and there's all sorts of crap in the poles. Apparently, you look at the Pangea, you're saying, because of at one stage Pangea was together, and all the Earth masses meant that the poles shouldn't be, forgetting that the Earth landmass on the top of the surface is a fraction of the mass of the Earth. Doesn't have any great bearing on the on how the Earth spins.
He seems to imply that where the masses of the Earth are concentrated, our axis of rotation shouldn't be where it is, and
the
rotational pole axis should go through the Pacific, with the masses of the continents forming the equator, which we can all agree that it doesn't. Yeah, because it. What do you mean it should go through the Pacific? Why? It's not what it does.
It's because they got that that juvenile idea that the land masses are heavy on the surface of the Earth. It's like they're nothing. They're like they take up a maybe a kilometer or two, or worst, you might take up 5 kilometers. What is it? 20 kilometers from the top of Mount Everest to the bottom of the trench, and the Earth is 6,000 kilometers. It's like it's nothing. Those land masses, where the continents are, doesn't make any difference to the spin of the Earth.
And as far as I remember, on average, continental crust is actually less dense than oceanic crust.
Yeah. It is.
So
that's why it's floating on top of it.
So that one's, then there's a few others. I don't want to really go through them all, but there are just some ridiculous ones in there. They've got things about cranes. Why are cranes standing there? Why don't the crane balls move? It's that sort of. Well, if you first of all, no one's going to leave their crane sitting there hanging long enough for it to make any difference unless they want to get sacked. Second of all, even if they did, it's going to take a while before you actually see the movement of it, and
and of course,
a whole lot of scale issues.
The wind blowing on it's going to have a much greater force than any Coriolis effect.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's a whole lot of stuff in there, and he doesn't go into anything like why do ships disappear, I don't think, and he doesn't go into the Southern Celestial Pole. There's a whole lot of actual real kickers that he doesn't even touched, of course.
All the stuff he's quoting is hundreds of years old. He's quoting Copernicus and Newton and everything else. It's like, really? You're not even going to use anything from the 20th century? No, it's bizarre.
Yeah,
it's very bizarre.
Yeah. Anyway, just so you know, we've gone through it. So maybe do a proper video on it, because it would take us 2 or 3 hours to sort of go through the whole lot. You got anything else, Terry?
No, I was just wondering if we can rustle up a quiz of some sort.
Yeah, no, I've got a quiz.
Did Paul say he wasn't coming tonight?
No, Paul wasn't coming tonight.
Yeah, I think he might.
did. Yeah, he
think
did.
might
He
mention
said on
that
Wednesday.
last Saturday.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
did
said
say
on
Wednesday.
No, he said on Wednesday that he wouldn't be here Saturday. He's going for a meal with friends or something.
Oh.
I think he said.
Melbourne.
That's why he wouldn't be here today.
I think he said he was
How
going,
very dare
going
you.
to the Big Smoke.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
What, he's having a cigar?
Uh-huh.
That's a big smoke, isn't it?
You know what big smoke is. You know what it is.
But don't you have that saying over there when you say you're going to the city or the whatever, you're going to the Big Smoke?
Well, we know what it means, but we don't usually use it.
Oh, you don't use that one?
No, not really.
Oh, sorry. Well, we'll have to use more Aussie slang out on the streams than just educate you.
Over here, the big smoke is London.
Yeah.
With which I've spent far too much time recently.
Which I haven't been back to in years and years and years.
I was there Wednesday. I was right in the middle of town, right round Monument and London Bridge.
I
had a good
went
look at
up
Belfast
Monument.
as we walked past.
I went up Monument once. I didn't enjoy it very much. I don't like heights.
Ah. Oh, we tried to get up high. We tried to get up a building down Victoria Street, but
hang on a minute.
Whoever had organised it hadn't.
Hang on. Let me rewind a little bit. Somebody who served in the RAF is afraid of heights. Go figure.
Yep.
I know you're a technician. I'm only joking. I'm joking.
Yeah, and
I'm taking a piss.
I didn't have to climb aerials either. That wasn't my job.
Yeah, fair enough. And you didn't have to fly aircraft. Yeah, fair enough. Well, I suppose you did a bit, didn't you? You have to do a little bit of flying.
No,
not at all.
On duty in the Royal Air Force in 9 years, I spent about 3 minutes flying in a Royal Air Force aircraft.
Oh, there you go.
A Puma helicopter from RAF Culture to RAF Neitz in January 1986.
Oh, you know the exact date. Okay.
Well, yeah, because it's when we had rather a lot of snow on the ground and the radar station got cut off.
Oh, yeah. That's true,
Because
yeah.
there was like 10-foot deep snow drifts in the lane outside.
Mm.
Basically, it all blew off the field and filled the lane, which was kind of between two banks and hedges, full of snow.
Well, let's have this twisted torture test of terror then.
Just want to make me bigger on yours, Terry, so it comes across rather cheery.
It should just come out automatically bigger. Clive's doing a scientist for us as well. Today's scientist is an original New Zealander thinker whose theories are yet to receive the popular acclaim they deserve.
Oh, that's a toughie.
Okay.
Would the initials be LH by any chance?
Yes, they are.
You didn't even have to
Yes,
look
they
to
are.
know. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Terry, you've just got to click and pin my stream, make it bigger. It's not going to come bigger.
No, I can't.
I'm not
do
sharing it.
No, what? Who?
No, but,
What, you don't know how to make yourself bigger?
No, he knows, and we know what you need to do for the stream outside is you need to pin himbos. Is what you need to do. That's what he's trying to say.
So you
pin
want me?
himbos on the stream
So
you
you
see.
want me to help you?
No, well, if you want your stream to have a tiny screen that no one can read, that's fine. Leave it as it.
Well, I don't know if it'll work if I do that.
Yeah, of course it will. Why wouldn't it?
Did that work?
Pin it.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course it will. Pin it. Pin Timbo.
Yeah, I pinned him.
There you go. No, you haven't.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
On my end, I did. Because it's going out to the Peanuts pin.
No, on your YouTube stream.
You got to give it a minute.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, it's on the live. It's on the live stream.
Oh yeah, cool. Of course, yeah, about half a minute behind. I always forget that. Yeah.
But you're not seeing it bigger on your end?
No.
Well, that means
Oh,
you've got to pin it. You've got to pin it yourself.
Yeah, we got to pin it
yeah.
ourselves, but
Yeah.
for the street, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Do I have to do everything for you, Matt?
Yep.
For me, it's for your peanuts. It's nothing to do with me. Don't do it then. I don't care.
Well, that's just not the
I
attitude,
can read
is
it.
it?
Hey,
I'm all right, Jack. Bugger the
All right,
rest
I
of
do
you.
care, but that's the
Fish on, fish on.
But apparently, it's my fault again.
no, it's not Matt's fault. Yeah.
It was my fault. Of course it is.
It's not your,
What am I here
it's
for?
not your, it is not your fault, man.
It is my fault. It is.
No,
It's
it
always
isn't.
my fault.
It
It has
is
to be.
not. No.
Okay, it's not.
You're not a seasoned YouTube professional like some of us.
Okay.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear. Okay, well, let's get into it.
You need to do more hangouts on your live streams, Matt.
Yeah, I know. I'm planning to do that in the not too distant future. Yeah, I need to figure out how to do it on vMix.
Well, I just use OBS and whatever.
No, I'm not using OBS anymore. That crap.
Okay. Well, I don't have any troubles with it.
Is that damn turtle just going to hang around down there in the corner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That thing.
It's annoying.
I can't click it and drag it. Every time I put my mouse over it, it doesn't do anything.
There you go. He's gone now. Don't worry.
No, he's still there.
Oh, on it. He'll be gone in a sec. Hang on a sec. Move this over there. And then I'll push that one. There we go.
There he goes.
There you go.
Bye, turtle.
There we go. Okay. Bye, turtle. Okay. He's gone. Well, let's go into here so I can see what's going on.
Curvy figures.
Right.
Oh, I like
Now-
curvy figures.
Well, because Paul always did curvy figures, so I typed in curvy figures, and this is what came up on my feed. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So
where-
you
what-
googled curvy figures, and that's what came up.
Yeah, on my
Yeah.
this is what came up in my feed, but
Yeah. Okay.
Paul seems
Well,
to
Paul,
get
I don't know what
ones
Paul
that-
uses for his search.
Well, we all know what Paul can
Well,
produce.
I just googled curvy figures, and I ain't got that. I tell you. All I do have is a collection of various ladies who are dressed. I have to say, unfortunately, most of them do appear to have fat asses. But there you go. Oh, dear.
Did we get the answer to the New Zealander?
Oh yeah, what's the answer to that?
What do you mean? What's the answer?
I don't know.
I don't know the answer to it.
I don't know
What?
either.
Are you having a laugh?
You really
No.
can't think. You can't work it out.
An original New Zealand
You think-
thinker whose theories are yet to receive the popular acclaim they deserve, Ellen H.
No, that he wants to. Yeah.
I'll get my coat because I don't know. Bye.
In does that give you a clue?
What? I didn't even hear what you said.
He's
Lindsay?
quite often cut
Oh,
off in his
oh,
pride. Yes, Lindsay.
God.
Like Lindsay
Oh,
Harris.
Oh,
Oh,
I didn't get the sarcasm.
yeah.
Blimey.
Although you're being serious. I mean, oh God.
I thought Clive was being serious.
Well,
But
no,
it's- the thing is, you said today's scientist.
Yeah, that's what threw me off.
Scientist and Lindsay just don't
Don't go
go
together.
and that's
That's
what
it.
that's what threw me off. That's what I didn't
Yeah.
understand. Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Nerd
Ooh,
Alert said fat bottom girls make the rock and world go round, Farmer's Boy.
Yeah,
Well,
they do.
Well, yeah,
Queen.
there's fat, and
Yeah.
there's yeah.
Ginormous.
Large.
Rather large. Okay, let's not talk about arse.
But anyway, weren't we doing some sort of quiz
Okay.
anyway? Was that what we were doing?
Yeah, is there a quiz
You
going
were
on
doing a
somewhere?
quiz.
How come we're starting with
I thought it
question
was.
2?
Question 1 was too hard.
did
We're
question
going to
1.
start with 2.
Yeah, didn't you answer? Why didn't you answer
That's
question
true.
1, Alan?
Yeah, what
It was
was
about the
question
curvy
one?
figures, Alan.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
okay.
curvy.
Is that it? Is that all that was? Okay.
Because no, it's just because I'm very lazy on my PowerPoint, and I just have it automatically put. Whatever page I'm on is that question. So
Fair
page
enough.
2 is question 2.
No, the
Okay,
next
that's
one will be
Basically
question
going
B.
Where in the
No,
world
Or
pages.
C.
You're in the world. You ready?
is
No,
that?
Where in
no,
the
we're not ready.
Oh, been there.
Gibraltar.
Been there.
Jib.
Yeah,
That's the jib.
The Rock.
we are.
the
We are
rocket.
looking at Europa
go.
Point.
Yeah. If you're not
And the
British,
Just-
you
just
should
this is my
recognise that.
wife.
You should recognise that if you're British.
Just said my
Yeah.
wife, and she couldn't get it. But
Wally says, I know the answer. Yes, we are doing a quiz.
Well done, Wally. Hey. Well played.
okay, yes. Rock at Gibraltar.
Yeah, Wally
Okay,
Wally
that's
got
gonna
it.
contribute. Which Dutch artist painted "Girl with a Pearl Earring"? You should know that painting.
Oh,
You know it if you saw it.
No, I don't know that one.
I know the painting, but I can't think who painted it.
There's even a movie called it, and there's several other. No,
No,
not
that's
painted
girl. That's girl with a dragon tattoo.
That's a different movie.
That's a different movie. Yeah.
Very different movie.
I'm talking the original one, not the American remake. Don't know why they remade that.
Dora's going for the earless guy.
Some Dutch dude.
Yeah, it was actually.
Yeah, of course I'm right.
Just giving it a few more seconds out.
Wasn't Van Gogh the one that chopped his ear off or something?
It was.
Well, Spooky Bedhair says Rembrandt.
Yeah, it wasn't him either.
No,
It was a bit
it wasn't
after
him. Was Rembrandt even Dutch?
David. No, he wasn't.
Okay.
Okay. It was Vermeer.
Who?
Okay. Vermeer.
Who?
Look, he's very famous
Yeah,
because
yeah.
you know what he's very famous for?
Painting the girl with the pearl earring. I don't
No,
know.
his
Correct.
follow-up work. No, the sequel to that, Girl with a Pearl Necklace.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's right.
You might have detected me and art as just no. I know absolutely nothing about art whatsoever.
I do get that one. Okay, I'm sure we might get a few answers for this one. Yes, for me, it's correct, Larry.
World War II.
Okay, where were the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights stored during World War II?
Wasn't that in Fort Knox? I think.
Go to Fort Knox.
I could be. I think it was Fort Knox.
Or was it
I think
under that
Nora is
mountain where
correct.
NORAD is?
It could be. Could be.
Do-
there.
I reckon
Well,
Dawes-
no, hang on. No, NORAD wasn't built in World War II.
No, where it is now, that mountain. I can't remember the name of the bloody mountain.
Cheyenne
it's a-
Mountain.
Cheyenne
Thank
Mountain.
you, because it's a big bloody great rock of granite.
Dora's
considered
got the
safest
right
place
answer.
in the US.
Yeah.
No, Spooky Bella's got it in a biscuit tin.
Yeah,
Put it in a tin under
Clive
the
Wells.
bed.
There you go. Clive Wells agrees with me, so I must be right. Fort Knox.
Dean said it was in a safe place.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's also correct. In the universe.
Universe.
Nerd Alert is also correct. Yeah, that's also
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
It was correct. It was Fort Knox.
Yay! Yeah,
Fort
I heard
Knox.
about that.
Let's move on. Yeah. Okay. Which country consumes the most chocolate per capita?
Swiss? Having a stab in the dark? I don't know.
Swiss.
Very
I haven't. What's the countries?
Sweden.
The Brits over there. Sweden. We got a
No,
Sweden.
Switzerland. Switzerland, sorry. I meant to say.
We got Switzerland.
Belgium.
We got a Belgium.
Switzerland. I'm going to go
Okay.
Switzerland. I'm going to go Switzerland, I think.
I'm going to go
Yeah,
Switzerland.
Nerd Alert
Switzerland.
thinks Switzerland too.
Yeah.
Let's see what Clive says. Come on, Clive. Put an answer in.
No pressure, Clive.
No pressure, Clive.
Clive always gets it right, so if you go by Clive, if he says it, that's what it is.
See, Clive.
Clive's not going to answer now.
Yeah, he's Googling it right now.
Oh, Switzerland.
Yeah, Switzerland. Yeah, Switzerland.
Switzerland.
Which country has the most pimples per capita?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go.
Switzerland.
the correct
Yes.
answer is
The,
Switzerland.
the zit capital of the
Yes.
world.
Yay, there you go. I was right. The Swiss.
There you go. That's right.
Yeah, where do you
I
get
know
the
it's Clive
phrase? Where do
didn't-
you get the phrase "zit" from over in America? I wonder where that came from.
I don't know.
No idea.
No idea.
It's probably got something to do with the cream. Which
Oh,
two
which-
US states don't observe daylight saving time?
The most sensible ones.
I reckon that's going to be something like Alaska and Hawaii.
I think Alaska do, don't they?
No, they'd,
I
yeah,
haven't got
they'd
a clue,
have
I'm
to
just
be
guessing.
definitely
Oh,
south. They'd have to be south.
I'll go with Northeast Indiana and Southwest Indiana.
What?
Yeah, the two corners of Indiana don't observe daylight saving.
5 has gone for Alaska and Hawaii. Is
That's
anyone
what I
going
went for.
to back up 5? Or are we going to go? Are you going to go? Who else had one? Arizona and Alaska from Dora.
Just the most sensible ones, because why would you?
One of them's got to be Hawaii.
It is. It was close.
I got half right.
Dora got Arizona.
I got Hawaii.
Yeah, that was a hard one.
And Clive got
Hawaii, obviously.
Hawaii,
it's in the middle of the ocean. Why would it need to deserve daylight saving time? Okay. Next one. What is the loudest animal on Earth?
Well, it was Lemmy.
No, I think. Well, animal. Okay, our loudest animal.
It's a flat earth. It definitely has to be a flat earther. There's definitely a flat earther out there.
I think it's a species of shrimp. And I can't remember its name.
Shrimp. Pistol crab. Oh no, we had a change from Nerd Alert.
Nerd Alert
I
retracted.
think it's a Samyang, which is a type of lemur.
Well, I mean, I could say a whale. There's a particular type of whale, and I forget which one it is. But I mean, can you strictly say that's an animal? I don't know.
Yeah, big one.
Dean says humpback.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say whale then, but I don't remember what type of whale it is, because they can communicate over vast different distances. Vast difference.
A dolphin. So you're saying a dolphin?
No, I said a
Angry
whale.
women.
I said a whale. At what point did I say dolphin?
I think
Dolphins are whales. So it's just
I think Stingray is right. It's angry women.
Yeah.
I'm going to go. I'll tell you what. I'll go with a particular type of whale. I'm going to say sperm whale. I think I've read a lot about them.
But aren't dogs loud?
It's a sperm whale.
Oh, sperm whale.
It's a sperm whale.
See?
It is.
You listen to me more.
Who said the sperm whale?
Me.
No, Nerd Alert did.
Larry DeMarch.
Nerd Alert said it before you.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he
No, he
Yes, he did.
Because originally he said the pistol shrimp, and then he changed.
Oh,
it
there
to
you
sperm.
retracted it. Yeah.
You see, you can't do that. You have to take the first answer. So I want.
Yeah, but he retracted
Well,
it before I
just-
could read it.
That was the shrimp I was thinking of, and apparently that comes in at number 2 at 200 dB.
Oh, does it? Okay.
It's very loud.
The sperm whale can make a click that's 230 decibels.
Wow.
It only lasts between 15 and 30 milliseconds, but it
Yeah.
can be heard by another sperm whale as much as 10 miles away.
Yeah, I know.
230 dB, and that's nearly as loud as a Motorhead concert.
Yeah, they do communicate over very big distances.
Okay.
Very big distances.
Okay. Where in the world is this?
Ooh, can't even make that out. What is that?
God, that's in the sandpit somewhere, isn't it? Ooh.
I can't even make out any detail.
I'm gonna have to take a stab at Afghanistan, but where in Afghanistan? I have no clue.
Was there any landmarks in that image that you can recognise?
No, it's not Cairo.
Can't make it out.
It's got lots of names on there.
Can't read them.
No, but
No.
I can. That's right.
I'm sure you.
Well, yeah.
You
Thanks.
know where it is.
Yeah, exactly. Laura says Cairo.
Vegas.
It looks
Was
like
it
the sort
Vegas?
of place that it's not on my list of places I want to go to. By the
Oh,
looks
it
of
could be right. Armageddon Fire could be right. It could be Vegas. Could be Las Vegas. Yeah.
Viva Las
Not
Vegas.
Vegas.
Because that was built in a desert, wasn't it? So.
Oh,
you know.
gotcha. It's built in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. Could be.
Okay, it's in Africa.
Oh, in Africa. Okay, it's not
Well,
Las
that's
Vegas.
not
then.
that's not New Vegas.
It's
No,
not the
no.
Mog, is it? It's not Mogadishu.
No.
As I just watched a bit of Black Hawk
What
Down
would
again the other night.
You say it was in Africa. You say it's definitely
I'll
in
give you-
Africa.
And I'll give you my second clue. As you can see, it's in the middle of the desert.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, that narrows it down. We already knew that.
That really,
And
really
we're not
helps.
talking. a very flat desert that is nowhere near the Nile.
Timbuktu.
Yay! Yes, correct.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Dora got him
There
before
you
you. Dora got him before you, but yes,
No, I
Timbuktu
can't
is correct.
see. I can't see the side chat, so I wouldn't know.
No, that's fair enough.
No, I'm just saying. She
And
only
I did
just
have to
snuck
say
in.
it twice before you listened to me.
Yes.
Timbuktu.
I only heard it once, but that's because people talked over you.
Timbuktu what?
Timbuktu.
Oh,
I don't talk over
never
anybody.
mind. Sorry.
It's built on the
I never
remains of
talk over
Timbuktu
anybody.
1. No, you don't. And they just started work on Timbuktu 3.
Yeah.
That-
Okay. What was the first toy to be advertised on television?
Rampant Rabbit. No.
Mr. Potato Head.
And well, I'll clarify this. This is children's toy to be
Yeah, Mr.
advertised
Potato.
on television.
no,
Mr.
I don't think that was. No, I'm gonna.
I'm betting that was a.
Dora's got
train.
the same idea as me.
Bet it was a train.
Probably.
I have no idea.
I will tell you, they're still sold today.
Barbie doll.
Action Man.
But you've
No,
gone
Action
off-
Man's not been sold.
So you've
I don't
changed.
know.
So you've changed your answer, Terry. You've gone for Barbie doll.
Well,
Not
I
Mr.
did say
Potato
Mr.
Head.
Potato Head to start with. That's where Clive went first.
Nerd alert says Nathan Oakley's purple thing.
No, it wasn't a Slinky.
It is Mr. Potato
Slinky
Head.
wasn't that old.
No, it wasn't.
No, Slinky was
It
like
was Mr.
late
Potato Head.
70s, early 80s, wasn't it?
No. Slinkies were in the 50s.
50s,
Oh,
really?
wow.
Seriously?
Well, that's
they
far
really?
back.
Wow,
Seriously.
I never knew that. There you go.
I had one. Come on.
I believe you. I believe you. I just never knew
Yes,
that.
the correct
50s,
answer
man.
was Mr. The correct answer
you go.
was Mr. Potato Head.
Yeah, I thought I was
Wow.
right. That's
Well
why I
done.
said it. That's why I said it first.
Well done, Terry.
Because yeah, then you doubted yourself.
Yeah.
The clue is that it's the first advertised because some toys were around before Mr. Potato Head, but they
Yeah.
weren't advertised.
But it was the first one that was on TV advertised.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. You got to define advertised because man, advertised could be an advert in a newspaper, right?
Well, it does say to be advertised on
television.
Oh, televised. I wasn't
television,
reading
yeah.
it. Sorry, I wasn't reading it.
Maybe
Wasn't reading it
actually,
properly.
yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't read the question properly.
Do pay attention, 007.
Yeah.
I
Okay, you should
apologise.
get this.
My
one.
bad.
What's the tiny piece at the end of a shoelace called?
Oh,
Something like a Spoogle binder or something.
That got deleted to make space for something else. Bugger.
This is a standard trivia question.
Yeah, it
I
is.
know.
It's the feral.
You're feral.
It's the feral.
Have you gone feral?
You're
Oh, dear.
Alan's feral.
He's gone feral.
He's gone feral. Is anyone going anything else?
All I can remember is it begins with A, but that's about all I can remember. That's it. I've no clue.
Yeah,
what it
where's
is.
Wally knows what it's called.
We've had aglet
Larry?
and agulet, and Irish Stew's gone for a knot.
I'm going with
the other end.
I think
I'm going for
where's
Wally.
Wallie's.
Where's
I'm going
Wally's
with Wally
nailed
as
it?
well.
Yeah, where's Wally's
Yeah, I think
nailed
he
it?
has. I think that's what it is. All
I'm
I can
going-
remember is A.
We all agree with Wally Turtle.
Yeah. Wally's
Yeah,
right.
I think Larry had it first, but
Agulet.
he just
Yeah.
Oh,
had
did
it
he? He
misspelled.
spelt it weirdly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry,
Aglet.
Wally.
Aglet. Oh, it's close. No, I think that's good enough. That's good enough. That's good enough. Close enough.
Yeah, sorry, Larry got it first then.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, why did I leave this one in?
Oh, for Christ's
Gee,
sake, come
I
on.
meant to change this one. I forgot.
It's called the best day to have bubble and squeak.
Yeah, exactly. The leftovers day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Boxing
Anyone
Day,
got
of
that?
course. Boxing Day. Let's just get it over
As
and done
Dora
with.
calls it, kickboxing day.
Mm.
Yeah.
I went through and changed a few questions. What's what I
But
meant to
does
change.
anyone know why it was called Boxing Day traditionally?
No, I can't remember.
No idea.
No one wants to answer? Do you want me to answer it for you?
Go on,
Go on
then.
then. Go on then, Terry.
It was traditionally.
I'll tell you if you're right. I'll tell you if you're right.
Oh, jeez. No, I'm right. Traditionally, from the day after was to put away all the decorations and everything back in their boxes.
Yeah.
Oh, Boxing Day.
No,
Okay.
I heard it was when.
Oh, was it?
When people got the workers would get their Christmas bonus as some extra money in a box.
Yeah. And in some places it was when you actually opened your Christmas present. But no, yeah.
The answer to the next question is the Scottish play.
The Scottish play.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, you're not. No, don't say it.
Well, I'm not an actor. I'm not going on stage, so I can quite happily say Macbeth.
Macbeth, yeah. I think it was Macbeth.
Yeah, I'll go Macbeth.
Yeah.
We did that at school, and as a treat, we got taken to the cinema to watch the Roman Polanski version of Macbeth, and he filmed that not long after his wife got brutally murdered.
I did a whole term of Macbeth in drama, and then I did another term of Macbeth in English literature. So I did pretty much like a whole year on Macbeth. Oh, Hamlet. Fuck you.
Hamlet.
Time for it. It's cigar time.
I like to let people dig their grave before I point out that they're wrong.
Yeah, we did Macbeth, which was all blood and violence and gore, and then we did Romeo and Juliet, which was teenagers shagging.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
Underage teenagers, I might add as well.
And if you put the two together, you get Game of Thrones.
I haven't watched that, so I don't know.
Particularly if you've read the novels first.
Except that Shakespeare's
got we were wrong, Hamlet.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, John Lennon. Where was he killed?
Outside which New York building was John Lennon killed?
Oh, bloody hell!
No, it wasn't called it.
Empire State.
No,
Empire
I
State.
think it was.
No. Was it Nakahoma Plaza? No. Outside
hotel. Was it? It was a hotel, wasn't it?
Technically,
I thought it was the
Nerd Alert.
hotel where he lived.
I can't think of the name of it. I could have sworn it was a hotel, but I could be wrong. Not really that interested in the Beatles.
I've just googled it, and I'm not going to give the answer because it's not fair.
Well, you can DM it to me internally.
Yes.
No, I can't.
So the only person who's got it correct, or something close to correct, is Nerd Alert, who said it was outside all of the buildings.
Yeah, well, that's true.
Yes, it was the Dakota building.
So,
no, I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah. That was his place of residence, wasn't it? I know it was his place of residence. I know that.
Yep.
Place in New York.
Okay, let's do another Where in the World. This should be an easy one. Where's that?
Yellowstone, whatever they call it.
Yeah, I'm
where
gonna
Yogi Bear lives.
Yeah, Yellowstone. I'm going to go with as well. Yeah,
Yep.
I agree.
What are we looking at? What's it called?
A geyser.
That's a geyser. It's a
geyser.
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 In it. It's a
Well,
geyser,
it's a famous one. It's got a name, hasn't it?
Old Faithful.
Yep.
Old Faithful. That's
Old
it. Yeah.
Faithful.
It was old something.
There you go. Blue got it. Old Faithful. That's correct.
Yeah.
This is Old Faithful. Yellowstone National Park.
Because it goes so regularly.
Yeah, it comes up pretty much at the same time each day.
Yeah. Give or take a few minutes.
Vacationers.
Oh,
Okay. What is the world's biggest island? Not Australia, because
is it the very aptly named Greenland?
I thought it was Antarctica.
Greenland?
That's the continent.
Well, Greenland that's not green.
Yeah, well, they called it that to encourage people to go and settle there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we've got Greenland.
Yeah, Greenland.
It is Greenland.
Is it green?
Which country is known? No. Which country is known as the land of the white elephant?
Poundland.
Land of what?
I don't know. What?
Which land?
Land of the white elephant. No clue.
Poundland.
Poundland. White land. We've got white land. We've got India.
I don't think I've ever heard that. Anything as a reference to the land of the white elephant.
No, neither me.
Tiny Captain. It's to the It's sorry, get my directions right. East of India.
Got Ethiopia in the chat. Dora.
No,
Thailand by Tiny Captain.
But Burma, or as it's now known, Myanmar.
Thailand.
Oh, Thailand. Oh, we go. That was Tiny Captain. Got it in the chat.
That's correct. I was going with what Tiny Captain said. Okay. I'll take it.
Yeah, well, Scotland could be set
Okay.
east of India.
What is the smallest ocean in the world?
The Arctic Ocean.
Yeah, I was going to say the Arctic because I try and think if that's smaller than the Indian Ocean. It must be.
I'm just waiting for some answers out the peanuts. Let's see.
Yeah. Oh, Dora's gone Indian.
Dora's gone Indian.
Irish Stew's gone the Led Zeppelin song.
And Larry's gone Arctic as well.
Yeah, but Tiny Captain will know. Come on, Tiny Captain.
Tiny Captain. Yeah, you should know.
Pressure's on. Pressure's on. Waiting for an answer. Waiting for an answer.
Currently reading a book about one of the US nuclear submarines. It did a complete under ice survey of the Arctic. Well, nearly complete. Yeah, in about 1970, I think it was. And using lots and lots of sonar going all over the place and using the periscope underwater because at various points the ocean, the seabed was coming up and the ice was coming down, and it's like, oh shit, this is getting tight, you know.
That's lies. Nobody's allowed to go there. Don't lie.
And of course, they're trying to survey all the areas around the Russian coastline and everything without being spotted, you know. And of course, you can only do that in a nuclear submarine because you don't have to surface.
Tiny Captain says the Caspian Sea does not count as an ocean, so it is the Arctic, Ocean.
Yeah,
I'm going for the Arctic.
Yeah, you got the answer on the screen there because it is.
So am I, because that's what the answer is.
Well, the answer is, well, you know the answers, so you can't answer.
Yes, I probably did just fail to get a Led Zepp reference because I don't know what he was bloody referencing.
Okay. What colour eyes does most humans have?
Blue.
Brown.
They've got a brown. I think that's blue. Blue who said brown.
Alan said brown.
And I'm saying blue because I've got blue eyes.
I say brown.
I'm going to say brown as well, and I've got blue eyes.
Oh yeah, the ocean, of course.
I think the consensus is brown, which is correct. In which city was Anne Frank's hiding place?
Oh.
Who's Anne Frank?
What?
What?
I can't believe you just said that.
You've not heard of the Anne Frank story?
No.
She hid, the Jewish girl that hid from the Nazis, or the whole family did.
Yeah, and she left a diary, and they got and somebody sold them out. They ended up getting killed in the camps.
Yeah, I'll go with Amsterdam. I agree.
Yeah,
I was going to say
I think it was. Yeah, I think it was Amsterdam too.
Yeah, because they were Dutch, weren't they?
Everyone's saying Amsterdam, which is because that's the correct answer. Amsterdam.
Terry, go away and Google Anne Frank.
I thought all school children learnt about Anne Frank. I thought everybody did. The entire planet learnt about Anne Frank.
Well, I don't think we actually covered her at school, but it's just one of those poor buggers that everybody generally knows about.
No, we didn't get educated over here when we went to school.
All right.
I don't know about you, but I did. I definitely did.
Oh well, I went to a public school, so that's my excuse.
So did I.
So did I.
Well,
I'm in England, but you know.
Okay.
Yeah, they were German.
They were German. Okay.
And Frank's family were German.
Very novel to say.
Oh, that's not. It's all kind of weird colours.
I know, it's to make it more difficult.
Is that one of Alan's? Is that one of Alan's photographs?
Oh! Ouch!
Shots fired.
I wouldn't stand for
say
that.
London, but no, that's not
Alan
London.
can change the hue and all that of the photos that he does.
He could do, but why would he spend the time to it?
The issue is that it's picking up the background from Timbo's virtual background, isn't it?
I got no idea what's going on.
It is, yes.
Not really.
It is.
You think?
Yeah, but I
looks like it. Because he did the same on your shot of Old Faithful.
Yeah, it did.
I did it. Did it? Hang on.
Yes.
Yes,
Is
it
that
did.
terrible? Because it's fine. It's fine at my end. So,
Bloody mess over here.
Well, in that case, tell us where the hell it is.
Well, the thing is that the background doesn't change the shape of the buildings and stuff like that. No, it is. Anyone? We got no.
No.
one?
No, I have no clue.
It's indistinguishable.
If I could, Beijing, really, okay.
No, we wouldn't have guessed that.
I mean, if it's a clear photograph, we probably could have got it, but
No,
Let me
I
see
wouldn't
what
have
you
done.
got.
Yeah,
Oh.
go and have a look in the stream and look at what it actually bloody looks like.
Yeah.
It's not what I'm sending out.
Well, that's what
What's
we're
going on?
getting.
Well, that's what. Have a look what
Yeah.
we're getting in the stream.
what you see in the stream is what we can see.
Yeah,
Strangely
but that's Terry's idiot. Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna blame me
No,
now?
it's not. It's not the stream. It's
No.
Zoom. It's Zoom that's doing it. Obviously.
Yeah.
Oh well.
But it's
whatever.
coming from Terry's. Yeah.
So,
No,
So
I'm
I'm-
looking at yours, and it looks just like what
mine's
Terry's
not doing
looks
that.
like.
It does not. I'm looking at mine too. It's perfect.
I've got
Hey,
you. I've got
bullshit.
you.
I'm
I've
looking
got-
at it. Don't tell
Yeah,
me
I'm
that.
same. Yeah, I'm looking at yours. I've got you. I've got you pinned,
Yeah,
Timbo, and it's coming out
exactly.
blurred and horrible, weird colours.
You're talking my YouTube.
I
My
don't know where
YouTube
you're
stream.
getting it from, but no, we've got you pinned in Zoom. It's yours.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
Oh, I
It's
get
yours,
you.
got
nothing to do
Look,
with
look,
Terry.
watch this. I'll do something for you. Just
I've
save
just
any
looked
arguments.
at Timbo's
There.
YouTube live stream,
There.
and it's a perfect bloody photo.
There you go.
Oh,
The peanuts are going to
Okay.
see a perfect image of it now.
so why is it doing that then? It must be the Zoom then.
It's something to do with his virtual camera or something in Zoom.
No.
Yeah. I could. Let me switch around and come back in. Let's do this.
There you
Try
go.
this.
It's big there. Oh, there you go. There you go. I probably would have got it because that
Yeah.
big arc building thing. I've seen it before. Yeah.
Now I see what you're talking about because I was saying, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, on your live stream, it's coming up nice and clear.
Ugh, hang on. I might
You
have
can
to
put your
drop
quiz
out.
back on now.
Come back. Yeah, I'll drop out and come back in later. But yeah, that's obviously it's not going to affect the quiz.
Okay.
If it happens again, Timbo, I'll just show you live stream to the peanuts.
Yeah, just leave the live stream up for the peanuts, and everyone else can work it out because it's pretty straightforward. Okay, let's move on. Trivia: what is the largest type of deer?
I don't know. I don't know anything about deers.
The caribou or reindeer, as they're depending on whether it's wild or domesticated.
Oh, that's very specific.
Doris got it.
Yeah, John Deere. A tractor.
Green ones.
A
Why
big
green?
green tractor.
John Deere are green. Trust me, Ford are blue.
I
Actually,
believe you.
Massey Ferguson are
Actually-
red.
Nerd Alert's got it
Massey.
out in the peanuts.
Moose. Moose eye.
Oh, moose.
Loose.
Type of
Rocky,
deer, is it?
Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Apparently
Moose is
so.
a type.
Apparently they're a type of deer.
There you go. A big deer, obviously.
Chocolate mousse.
Yeah.
The door said.
Chocolate mousse. Okay. Which Disney film features When You Wish Upon a Star?
Could be worse. Could have been the salmon moose.
The one that's got the cockroach in it. Or cricket, whatever it is.
Cockroach.
Cricket.
You mean
sorry.
Jiminy Cricket? Jiminy what?
Cricket.
Jiminy Cricket.
Jiminy
Jiminy
Cricket.
Cricket.
Not Jiminy the cockroach then.
Dumbo.
What was that? Pinocchio?
We've got
I don't really do
Dumbo,
Disney.
okay.
When you
We've got
wish upon a
We've got a
star.
Pinocchio from Blue. We've got a Dumbo from Alan. We've got a couple of Pinocchios out in the stream.
Yeah, I'll go
And
with Pinocchio.
I'm thinking of Pinocchio, yeah.
Oh, so
That's
it wasn't Kill Bill then.
No.
Okay.
No,
I knew I was getting closer when I was
Volume
thinking,
2, yeah.
thinking of the cricket.
There you go.
So somewhere in the Kill Bill they sang When You Wish Upon a Star, did they? Right, okay.
Clive said The Last
Yeah.
Jedi. Did
Might be the
anyone
nice
think of that
touch.
one?
Oh yeah, the Last Jedi.
What is
Yeah,
the lowest
different
rank of the
Disney
US of the US Navy?
Believe it or not, this question was, what was the lowest rank in the US Army? And I figured that was a bit too easy. So what's the lowest rank in the US Navy?
Seaman.
Yeah, I suppose
That's
seaman.
seaman, I would expect.
yeah.
No, that's one above, I think, this rank.
Oh.
Doris said poop deck scooper.
And I assume you mean ordinary seaman.
Oh,
is,
what about what are they called when they're recruits? When they're recruits in training, wouldn't that be a lower rank?
Yeah,
it's
Was
got to
that
have
not
a
not
name.
strictly a rank?
You gotta
Yeah.
give it a
So
name.
what's the name? So what's
Yeah,
a
I thought that was when
recruit?
I would have thought that was when they would just be seamen rather than an ordinary seaman who was.
I think whatever it's called when they're in training.
There we
Personally,
go.
I don't know what it is.
Judy Bassett has got it. Seaman recruit.
Oh,
seaman recruit. See, there you go. There you go.
Judy Bassett had it before you did.
Wait a
so-
minute. You're going to gig me for leaving off the word recruit?
Yeah, it sounded like it, Flea. It sounded
Damn.
Space Cadet.
I got the recruit part of it, but I didn't get the seaman bit right. So
Fucking.
Because it's different rank.
You damn civilians. Christ.
Okay. Which Beatle, John, Paul, George, and Ringo was the first to read music?
I don't know, but I bet it was Ringo.
yeah, I'm going to go with Ringo. He was the more sort of
The second best
Musically.
drummer in the Beatles.
Well, who was the
I'm going to
first?
go Ringo.
Actually,
Doesn't
technically
matter.
they had three. Technically, they had three drummers in the Beatles.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
three of them
Beatles'
could
early
play.
doors changed around quite a bit, didn't it? Before they
No, it was when they came to Australia. The Ringo couldn't play, so they had another guy play with him for a while. So anyway,
So they had John, Paul, George in a ring in.
John, Paul, George, and Bingo.
Yeah. You're all wrong. You want
right.
to pick another one?
Okay, John then.
Paul.
Wrong.
None of them.
Pick another.
Paul.
None of them could read music. I don't know.
None of them learned to read music.
Oh, none of the Beatles learned to
Oh,
read music.
you see, that's just naughty. That's
Irish Stew. Ringo played the drums. Well,
I mean, that's a cheat question, really, because it says which Beatles was the first to read music. You know, you can't say none of them. You know, it's kind of like that's just no, that's wrong.
But I just did. So
welcome to
therefore-
one of Timbo's quizzes.
Yeah.
That's just wrong.
Yeah, it's a wrong question.
Do you want me to rewind back to the
what is the
start of
name?
the quiz, where it's called, and show the title of it again for you, Matt?
No, because it's still at the top. Look,
Yeah, it's still there. I don't need to. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I
Just
thought
do
Matt
that.
had trouble reading.
The largest sea.
The Mediterranean.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of.
Mediterranean Sea.
The Mediterranean.
And just,
No, Dora,
just
the
see-
Caspian is the smallest, I think, wasn't it?
Oh, it's not. We won't go up north again and look at something like the White Sea, have we?
No.
Okay.
Or the Black Sea or something. I know it's
I
not.
just-
Black Sea's
Red
quite
Sea.
small.
I just gave
The
him-
Red Sea.
I was only giving a little bit of time for him to answer out in the room.
I agree with Alan. I think it's a Mediterranean, personally.
Yeah, it's a fair size.
It is the
South China Sea. Oh, okay.
I always forget about that part
Beats
of the world.
beats the Mediterranean by a million square or something like that. They're pretty close, but you know.
All right, but it just pips the post.
Yeah. Okay. Another last. Where is the world? Where in the world is this?
Fuji?
That would be.
Kilimanjaro.
I
I think that's
It's not
Kilimanjaro.
Fuji.
It's
Yeah, it's not
Kilimanjaro,
Mount
I
Fuji.
think. I think it's Kilimanjaro. Kilimanjaro, I'm going to go with.
What, rising like a Memphis above the Serengeti?
Yeah.
And we've got Mount Rainier out in the thing. We've got Japan. And
Mount Rainier.
Discovery.
I'm pretty sure that's Mount
Mount
Discovery.
Discovery
okay.
in
In Antarctica.
Antarctica.
It could well be. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But it does look like those other ones, which is why I put it in there.
Yeah.
Yes, it does look like Fuji, but it's not. Mount Discovery. There you go.
Antarctica is not as flat as what I thought it was.
Antarctica has got huge mountain ranges. It's also the highest continent in the world. It's got ice on it that's upwards of 2 miles thick. Yeah, it ain't flat.
Yeah, how do you know that? We can't go there.
Far from flat.
Well, I personally can't go there because I don't have the cash, but lots of people have, and lots of people are there at the moment, but you can't go there.
No.
Yeah. Technically, the tallest mountain in Australian territories is in Antarctica.
No.
Bigger than Kosciuszko, but that's territories, not mainland. Okay. When Michael Jordan played for the Chicago Bulls, how many NBA championships did he win?
Take a stab. 4.
I don't really follow netball.
No, I don't. I don't follow that either.
Netball. I'll go with 5, just as a complete educated guess.
Stu reckons 27.
27? Jesus wept.
No, the alert says 3.1415.
What, tie?
How can you get past the armed penguins? You fly over them. It's easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just got to watch out for the ones that got ground to air missiles. They're buggers.
Yeah. It's the
I'll go with
artillery.
6.
We're going with a 6. Well,
I'll go 7.
6.
Oh,
It's
6.
Oh, yeah, it was 6. I got 5, so I was close.
Yeah, it was 5.
That was a complete guess.
It was... Okay, I think we had this question before. Let's see. What country won the very first FIFA World Cup in 1930?
Oh, that was a South American country. I forget.
I don't do football either.
Paraguay or Uruguay? One of
Paraguay.
those.
I think it was Uruguay. Yeah, Alan. Yeah. The first World Cup was Uruguay. Pretty sure of that.
I'm just giving it a sec for the peanuts to catch up. Okay, I think they've had long enough. It is Uruguay.
There you go.
Okay. In what year was the first ever Wimbledon Championship held?
Yeah, Clive got it. Clive got Uruguay. Oh, it's GC.
You know what? I don't do tennis either. God, you're picking all the crap sports, aren't you?
That's okay. I think you might like the last one.
I'll say, can we go the decade? I'll say the 50s.
I will say 1850, only it wasn't a tennis championship, but it was a Wimbledon championship.
Oh, that far back even. They're guessing 1845, 1814.
Okay.
1900 and frozen to death.
Well, Stewie was
1877. Oh, 1877 and frozen to death.
Wow.
Okay.
But technically, Alan was closer.
What did Alan say?
What did Alan say?
1850 was the first Wimbledon Rifle Championships.
Of course.
Which was held on Wimbledon Common before the tennis.
Ah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. I had to correct this because they had the wrong answer when I looked this one up. But... No, I didn't have the wrong answer.
They had, yeah. Where you got it from? Yeah, I get that.
I had them, and I thought that's stupid. They were wrong. Okay, how many bits? Are in
it depends on the architecture of the computer you're using. Because
1024.
A lot of very early ones used 6 bits, not 8.
Ooh.
Yes, but there is a unit of computer memory.
Oh, we mean
a unit. 1024.
How many bits are in that unit, Alan?
8.
1024.
That correct. 8.
Oh, okay.
8 bits to a byte.
But
I was 8 bits to a byte. Okay.
Earlier computers used 6 bits, not 8.
Yes. Yeah, that was
Not
bits,
early
but
computers did.
yeah, they were in a byte. And a bit is not considered a piece of memory, even though some may argue otherwise, but I say it's a byte. Because when I looked at this question, they said the smallest unit of computer memory was a kilobyte. And I said, that's not right.
How can it be?
Exactly. When it's describing
Kilobytes, 1,000 bytes, and the byte's made up of something else. So,
yeah. So anyway. Okay. Which planets in our solar system have no recognized moons?
Mercury and Venus.
What he said.
Quick. What he said. Everyone's going
Mercury and
mad.
Venus. I'm not 100% sure about the rest, but those two certainly don't.
We've got a moon. Mars has got 2. Jupiter's got loads. Saturn's got a shit ton. But the other 2 have got moons as well. And Pluto doesn't count as a planet anymore.
No.
Mercury and Venus.
Because poor old Pluto doesn't have an orbit of its own. Bastards.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's the normal. I do have one bonus question.
Okay.
And I said,
oh, God.
What do we get if we get this right then for a bonus question?
Well, I don't think we're going to get it right. Going by the
Have
question.
I got to let everybody else go first?
Yes.
Or is this going to be a fucking water tank?
Yeah, it's a tank question.
A Dewey Waters 10,000 litre modular design or something, you know.
Dora's trying to get in before you.
The fuel tank.
Sherman.
Oh, it is a tank. There you go.
There you go.
I think that's a Challenger, isn't it?
No, that's an M1 Abrams, and I couldn't tell you which version because they got shitloads now. But that's the American M1 Abrams. Very distinctive, particularly where they leave that cutaway over the drive sprocket at the back there, because I had a habit of
I'll share Timbo's stream because it shows a better image.
Yeah.
Oh yes, it's gone all funny again, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm gonna drop out of
Turn your virtual
Zoom,
camera off. Are you using a webcam?
I did that. Yeah.
Okay, that did not.
Dora, you say that like that's a bad thing. That you know that it's my fault that you know things about tanks. There's no shame in
blame
that,
you.
Don't blame me. It's not my.
Well, it just goes to show that Dora's actually been listening to you.
Yeah,
yes,
farmer.
she's been paying attention, and thank you very much.
That's because she's sad and lonely, like the rest of us.
Yeah,
imagine an upload. I'm just imagining an uploaded farmer putting up a video about tanks.
There will actually be some this year because I'm going to the Tank Museum twice this year, and I'm going down to a little place called the Weald Foundation, and they're having their Jagdpanther Day, and I think we'll be allowed to climb all over outside and inside it, and it's going to be running because it drives.
It's a shame you couldn't do one for the Australian Tank Museum one over here, eh?
It's a bit far to go, really.
I rode in a Challenger 1. My mum was driving it, yeah.
Matey boy up the road's got a Challenger 1. I think he's got the only civilian-owned Challenger 1 in existence.
Well, this was during a family day when my dad dad was in the REME. He was attached to the 4RTR, 4th Royal Tank Regiment in Berlin.
Yeah,
and it was some of the adults could drive the tank, and my mum drove a tank, and I sat in it while she was driving it. It was very loud. That's all I can remember about it, really.
Farmer, have you ever gone to that Australian museum for the tanks? They've got a website and they've got an inventory of all what they've got there. You've never?
No, I haven't. I haven't, to be honest. You're right. I ought to. I mean, I watch all their videos on YouTube.
Yeah. Be interesting to know what they've got there.
Yeah, I'll have to, because they have. It looks like they've got quite a varied collection because they put out a video the other day and it was some Russian artillery piece. It's actually a great big barrel on it. So they've obviously got quite a varied collection. Probably the same sort of varied collection that the Tank Museum over here's got, because they've got all sorts.
And
But
Gary, it's not a good flat Earth. It's not a good flat Earth day because it isn't flat.
No, it's not flat. But other than that,
good Earth Day, good Globe Day.
It's another year. It's another year of the sphere, Gary. Sorry.
I'm getting blamed for all sorts of shit now. Clive Well says I start to get Clive Well says I start to get video recommendations from the Tank Museum. I blame Farmer's Boy for that.
Oh, the Australian one. Yeah, it's a good one, the Australian one.
Well, I don't know whether it's Australian or Bovington. But...
No, Bovington are advertising a lot, aren't they? Because I get a shit ton of Bovington adverts at the start of videos.
I don't.
Right. I don't.
Are they doing the restorations on theirs, or just the?
No. This is on all sorts of videos. Bovington are actually running adverts. So I tend to see the start of videos.
Yeah, but the museum you've got over there, they're not putting out YouTube videos of restorations or anything, are they?
I'm also sub to their YouTube channel.
Yeah, they do put out a lot of videos. They tend not to do restoration so much as they've got an awful lot of old tanks that still run. So a lot of the time they're putting out videos of maintaining them. I mean, every time I go there, they've got a huge shed that's got like a garage section at the end, and they've forever got tanks in there that they've had for sort of 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 plus years, and they still run. And obviously after a while they have to pull them in and do major maintenance work.
Oh, okay.
They do a little bit of restoration, but I think most of that over here tends to get done by there are private companies and privately owned museums. I mean, the Wield Foundation that I'm a member of, they do everything perfectly. They don't just go, oh, that looks about right. They get everything absolutely spot on, and it takes them a bloody long time. There's the Wheatcroft collection. Now he's a privately owned collection. The guy must be a millionaire because they get so many. You look at a scrap tank and think there's no way they'll restore that. And they do. They restore it back to running condition.
Well, you look at the ones we've looked at. They're just bits and pieces
exactly.
blown
you
up.
Look at, yeah. Well, the Wield Foundation, their Jag Panther was basically, I think, the remains of two, and between the two of them and various other sources, they got enough together to make one working tank.
Yeah.
But the Tank Museum doesn't tend to do that sort of work very often. They've got their work cut out just keeping running what they've already got, and they do also get donations and from various other museums around the world to say, "Do you want to borrow this tank for 10 years?" That sort of thing.
Yeah, farmers. Here's a question for you: when was the museum founded?
Or Bovington?
Yes, without googling it.
As a museum, I think it was either towards the end or just after World War II, wasn't it?
No, 1923.
That early? I'm cross. I didn't realise it was that early.
It's their centenary this year. That's what all the bloody adverts have been for that I've been getting.
I don't get any adverts in my ad blocker blocks them all. But I mean, like I say, I'm going in March and I'm going in June, I think. Because they've got a Friends and Volunteers Day in March, and then the big Tank Fest in June, which is the weekend after the Wield Foundation. And then, of course, we've got the 3-day show that they'll hold here again. I've got tickets for that. They'll have tanks there as well. The We Have Ways Festival.
You need to change the title of this stream, Terry.
Why?
Here we go.
I don't know.
What will I name it now, Matt?
Tanks a Science or something? Or Tanks, yeah, Tanks a Lot.
Okay. Yeah, Tanks a Lot, yeah.
Tanks a Lot, yeah.
That's what he calls himself up the road, the guy who sells tanks.
Tanks a Lot.
Tanks a Lot.
No, I'm only messing. If I'd given half the chance, I'd be talking about spacecraft and stuff. Given half the chance.
Nothing wrong with that. I'm into spacecraft as well.
Yeah. Oh. I
just had a lightning bolt moment. Hang on a sec. You're right. Keep going. Don't ignore me.
You could take down your quiz now, Timber.
I was just testing out why it was doing that. I was trying to fix out why it was doing that, and I think I've worked it out. But I'm just if I go here.
Did you hear that Poland, as long as there's a coalition, that they were going to send as a company of Leopard 2s to Ukraine? Farmers, did you hear about that?
Yeah, I can see Ukraine being used up as a testing ground by NATO. Because if they're sending Leopard 2s, we're sending some Charlie 2s.
Oh, but that's all generation 3, isn't it? Leopard 2s, are they Leopards and Challengers generation? Is that third generation? Or I got them with generations mixed up?
I don't keep up with what generation they class as these tanks, because I mean we're now going to be building the Challenger 3. So we are building the Challenger 3. So
so Leopard 2 is on a par with the Challenger 2 then, isn't it? At least, sort of, on paper. Yeah.
The Leopard 2 has been upgraded quite a few times. The traditional Leopard 2 is very sort of slab-sided turret. Now it's all sort of angles. They got panels all bolted onto it, and all. They've just been upgrading it. So
the Germans designed and built that, didn't they? I think.
The Leopard 1 and 2 are German designs. And the Russians are running out.
There's such a misunderstanding. It's like people think, oh, they could just hand over some tanks and like, there you go, off you go. No, they ain't gonna work like that.
No.
It's training, integration, all that kind of stuff. Need to learn how to use it effectively.
Yeah. Ammunition, because they all use different guns.
Exactly. Maintenance, spare parts for maintenance, and all the rest of it that needs to be put in place.
Well, to be honest, we used to be the odd ones out for many, many years. We weren't using the same ammunition as everybody else was. We were still using rifled barrels, whereas the Americans and the Germans had gone over to smoothbore. So the shells themselves.
Up until what point?
Probably the Challenger 2, I think.
Right.
But, and then everybody changes the ammunition and the guns they use, and everybody else either says, well, do we stay with what we got? How much ammo have we got in reserve, or do we upgrade as well? And
well, I mean, makes sense if everything was standardized in NATO, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Makes supply a lot easier.
You've sent me the wrong shells. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, of course, obviously Ukraine have got, it's mostly Soviet made equipment and ammunition and all the rest of it as well. So yeah, obviously that's going to be completely different ammunition.
Must be an absolute nightmare for anybody who's working in logistics. Well, what do we send them? What have you got? What do you need? What have we got? Yeah, that's why you always try and go for standardization. So you just go, oh yeah, fine, whatever. Which system is it? What ammo? Right, fine, off you go. Have a few truckloads of that.
What we got there, Terry? What's next?
I've just been grabbing a few.
Grabbing a few?
Yeah, grabbing a few.
Or a few tinnies, or?
No. No, not this time of night. And we don't drink. I don't drink out of a tin. I'm civilized.
Are they?
He drinks out of a bottle.
I prefer to drink out of a bowl. Definitely. I'll drink out of a tin as well. Can't think of it. I can.
Just pour it in a glass like a really civilized person.
No, I'm not civilized. What are you talking about? What do I want to do that for?
Charlie 2 still rifled? Let's have a look. Challenger 1. Oh, there we go. Challenger 2.
I worked out what was wrong with my video feed, so we're all good now.
Oh, good. That's all right.
What was wrong with it?
Anyone ever has it? Well, because I switched over so that when I'm in Zoom, I'm using one of my NDI feeds, and then the OBS is using a different one. So I turned on a background in Zoom and a green screen, and it was overriding the feed from.
I could have told you that.
Yeah, well, why didn't you? It would have saved me some time finding.
I said something about Zoom and your camera or whatever.
Yeah, thanks. That's really helpful.
Zoom and virtual backgrounds. It's always Zoom and virtual backgrounds.
Yeah.
So it was because to get the avatar to show, I've got to tell it that I've got a green screen, because it can't. Obviously, it doesn't look like a proper human, so it doesn't pick it up very well. So I tell it I've got a. That's what it was. But anyway, there you go. I know now.
Must be the Abrams that's got a smoother ball then.
I'll take your word for it.
Oh, hang on, let's have a look. Oh, there we go. Not next to the Challenger. I struggle to keep up with modern tanks sometimes. I really do.
Change the subject. While Terry's
Well,
doing that, been
Don't
no
go too
updates.
fast.
Got no updates. Got no updates as to what happened with the Virgin Orbit rocket from the UK. Apart from, yeah, it was
It didn't
confirmed it
work.
crashed to Earth. That was confirmed. It was confirmed it was the second stage, but that's about it. But we still don't know why. What else? What else was there? I don't know what else. Oh, it looks like this Starship first orbital test. It sounds like it's getting closer than it's ever been. So we might see that soon at the end of February. Might. They're going to do a wet dress rehearsal coming any day soon. Oh, hang on. Update on Start Me Up mission. Oh, here we go. There's an update here. Preliminary analysis of the data for the Start Me Up mission has begun to shed light on the outcome of the January the 9th flight and the next steps to follow. Let's have a look. Yada, yada, yada. Fluff, fluff, fluff. The rocket ignited its first stage engine quickly, going hypersonic, and successfully completed the stage 1 burn. Initial data assessments indicate that the first stage of the rocket performed as expected. Then the rocket reached space altitudes, and then a stage separation, ignition of the upper stage and fairing separation similarly occurred, as per planned mission timeline. At approximately 180 kilometers, the upper stage experienced an anomaly. Yeah, we know that. Event ended the mission. Update on the investigation and next steps. No, it's not really giving us any more information. Doing a formal investigation, telemetry, data, yada, yada, yada. No, nothing really.
4 days ago.
Yeah, no, it's not giving us any more information really. I keep getting these updates on the mission, update to the mission. It's more or less saying the same thing all over again. Oh, we've got Falcon Heavy launch tonight.
Is that still going ahead?
As far as I know, let me have a look. This has changed. It's been changed twice. So
that's why I see it, because I keep seeing that in my Twitter feed. No, this date is changing, that date is changing. You think, oh yeah, whatever, whenever.
Yeah, it's still on tonight as far as my sources go.
Cool. I do like a heavy launch because you get that Thunderbirds moment where the two boosters come back down side by side.
That's the bit I like as well.
I mean, they did that first one. Because I sat here watching it live, and I was just like, you know, it is a very real Thunderbirds moment when you see that for the first time. I was just like, oh bloody hell!
Launch window opens at 10:55. I'm going to be live streaming that if anybody's interested.
Yeah.
What time your time?
Well, launch window opens at 10:55 p.m.
Our time.
My time. Yeah. That'd be pretty early, fairly early in the morning for you, I think, Terry, wouldn't it? About 9 in the morning or something. 8 or 9 in the morning.
We're an hour. We're about an hour difference at the moment, opposite. So, yeah.
Yeah, but 9 or 10. That's not too bad in the morning. Yeah, you'd probably be awake, I'm sure.
What day?
Today. Well, for you, it'd be tomorrow.
Yeah, it's our today, it's tomorrow. Yeah. And it's only just our today tonight, to be honest. It's getting bloody close, you know.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. Yeah.
Well, I'll have to go to bed now then if I've got to wake up at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
I see Reds is going to be there. He just posted in my Twitter stream 4 minutes ago.
I thought he might have been. Yeah, he does most.
Going live to stream my view of the Falcon Heavy launch and landing. Blah blah blah. Yeah. So yeah, he'll be going live.
Launch window's quite narrow, actually. It's only 38 minutes. Launch window.
That's quite tight.
Tight-ish.
Yeah.
Well, it's not as tight as an instant launch window, I suppose, but yeah.
There is that, yeah.
I like this launch. If you want to make me bigger for you guys,
how do I make yours bigger?
Not this one.
What's going on here?
Sorry?
Just
What do you
I
say?
don't know.
Oh, mate.
Your video
That's
that
me.
I want to play is weird.
Is it?
Okay.
What's the matter with it?
I don't know. I opened it up and it's only little. I go to default view.
Oh, change the I've got I rendered it in like full HD. If you want to get the full screen, just put it on a lower quality.
Yeah, I'll show you.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Just lower these. Go into settings and lower the quality a little bit, like 1080p or even
why isn't it
720p or
working?
something.
Virtual camera. What am I doing wrong? Yeah, there we go.
No.
In that. Yeah, see how it's we're gonna change
go
it
to
in
full
here.
No, go. I mean, you just click on the full screen. Would that put it out full screen? Wouldn't it?
No, not for me. It won't.
Oh, right. Okay, I don't know then. Don't know what's going on. Yeah, go to settings a minute. Go to quality. I was set to 720p anyway, so there's nothing that I'm doing wrong. You can put it on.
No, that's just the
It won't change it. If I even go to that, it won't make any difference.
Why wouldn't it do that for you then? Well, that's
Yeah,
good
because
enough.
if I go full screen, it goes full screen.
Yeah, it's nothing that I'm doing wrong then.
I mean, I can make it go theater mode, but that makes it go that big, and then I can reduce it.
Can't you just manually change the size of it in OBS?
No, I have to do it over in Google. No, if I do that, I'll muck up the whole.
Oh, there you go. That'll do. That's good enough.
Yeah, I'm fiddling with it. I'm seeing if I can. I can't make it any smaller, otherwise it won't fit. Yeah, that's the best I can do. Unless I go. No. That's the only one set. Oh, that'll have to do. Okay, it's coming out different in shared than what it is going out to them.
Yeah, that's close enough.
Yeah, okay. It's close. They can see it. There you go.
Yeah. So you wanna press play, Terry?
Yeah.
Oh, you already have.
Hi, Matt here, and welcome to M2M
Oh,
and
God.
another quick vids. I got a little treat for you guys, and the flat earthers are gonna either love this or hate this. It's a Falcon 9 OneWeb launch into a
That
polar
drawer that's
orbit.
not closed over
And
there.
it went over the South
my
Pole,
OCD.
and we got some really good footage. Check it out.
We can't fix it. Oh, that's it. That's all we get.
No, you'll see some more in a minute. There you go. That's Antarctica.
Let's see more.
Oh, you can't really hear the music, can you? It doesn't really come out very well, but I know the live stream here.
I can hear it.
What are we looking at?
You should be able to hear the music. I'm hearing it.
Just about.
Where's the ferrets?
Where's the what?
Ferret. Usually a ferret around the
Oh,
bearing.
the ferret. Yeah. Well, the engine's not burning, is it? So this is during the coast phase, before it released the well, actually before the second burn, I think, to circularize the orbit probably. So it's obviously in a polar orbit. It's probably sun-synchronous orbit, I suggest. Yeah, so it flew over the South Pole, pretty much bang on. There you go. It's around about there, isn't it? Roughly. South Pole, where it is now. Geographical South Pole there. Obviously.
What a miss.
South Pole.
Oops.
Oh yeah, I watched that one earlier on.
Yeah.
Where's the wall? That's not the South Pole. Where's the Ice Wall?
Yeah.
Just white.
I see no wall. I see no edge of Earth.
Quite.
So it's a bit higher than the ISS at that point. Before it ended.
That's it.
That's it. I thought it was quite spectacular. No, nobody really shared my enthusiasm for it. There we go.
Oh well.
Some people did like.
Cherry,
It's still
you
got some good.
my favourite launch.
Hey,
You mind if I share my favourite launch? I'll share my favourite launch.
your favourite launch?
Yeah.
Wait till I figure out how to stop doing this.
Just
Got to try to work out how to
pin me.
do it in a certain order. Okay, if I do that first, that to there, I can still leave my virtual camera on, or do I turn that off? No, I have to
Yeah,
turn
just
that.
no, leave it on. Just pin me so I'm bigger.
Oh, wait a minute. No, I leave that on, but then I do that. There we go. Then why am I not back where I'm supposed to? Oh, I'm not pinned. I've got to unpin. Remove pin. There we go. That's fixed it. Right, now I'm back to normal, I think.
I'm pinning my.
Right, okay.
Now, if you mind pinning mine so that the peanuts
Pin
can
your
see,
what?
because I'm going to talk sort of my video.
Okay.
My
Yeah, wait a minute. What pin
otherwise,
here?
When,
Yeah, it's coming
so
through
go up
here.
to
Yeah, it's coming through here.
yeah. Not in YouTube. Okay, I'll look at yours. Okay, good. Let me just check. Yeah, pin that. I was just waiting for it to catch up in YouTube. There we go. Yeah. Okay, there we go.
Oh, which launch
So
is
this
this?
is
It
my
looks.
favorite launch.
Oh, it's ULA.
May 18th of 2021, the United Launch Alliance, or the ULA, launched an Atlas V rocket into space from Cape Canaveral in Florida, about 50 miles east of Orlando. The rocket launched a missile warning satellite known as a Space-Based Infrared System Geosynchronous Earth Orbit, or SBIRS-GEO. Rocket enthusiasts could pay $20 to stand about 5 miles from the launch pad at the Banana Creek launch viewing area. Or you could be Andy Lynn, who was lucky enough to see the launch for free from the window seat of his passenger plane.
Oh, well, that'd be good.
Once you're getting that.
I have seen one of these videos where you could see the rocket launch come from. That's the same one. That's a different one than the one I've seen.
Somebody filmed it. I think it was a shuttle launch.
Yeah.
It comes
It
up through the clouds and they filmed it
goes
from
to your left. They're looking out the right-hand side of the plane, and
The pilot comes on over the speaker and informs the passengers of a launch happening out the left window. We watch as the Atlas V cuts through the clear sky and disappears into the nether of space. A few things had to go right and wrong for Andy to get this amazing shot. He was on his way from New York to Cancun and happened to pass over East Florida at launch time. The launch was also delayed by 24 hours due to an issue with the rocket's liquid oxygen system. Andy was asleep when the pilot made the first announcement, but he was lucky enough to wake up and start recording. He called it absolutely surreal and one of the most awe-inducing experiences of his life.
There you go.
There you go. That rocket. Yeah, that would have been spectacular to see. Atlas V is being retired. Once they use up, I mean, Atlas has been going a long time. Yeah, it's been retired. So once they use up the last of the Atlas, probably within the next year, that's it, done, finished. Atlas is no more.
Oh, there you
go. They were originally a nuclear launch platform, weren't they? The
Indeed,
Atlas?
they were. Yeah, original Atlas. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dates back from the 50s.
Yeah, just like the original Redstone was.
Yep. Well, they all were really. The original rockets were all missiles, weren't they?
Yeah, Gemini Titan. The Titan was a ICBM.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Just happened to be big enough that it could take that payload.
Wasn't really until Saturn V that wasn't designed
That's
for
true.
that purpose. Yeah,
That's true.
everything else was. 'Cause why not?
Yeah, no point in reinventing the wheel.
Yeah.
Well, I
And they
haven't
just,
played.
you know,
I haven't played a planar walk for a while, but this one I thought would be interesting. Flat Earthers get things right for once, but then but disagree over it.
Yeah.
I have.
Oh,
heard
yeah,
I have heard similar things with Flat Earthers like this. They'll get
yeah,
something.
he came up on my recommendations, but I never watched it. Yeah.
They'll
Sorry,
sort of
Tim.
say something that's right, but then one of the others will disagree, and they'll end up arguing.
Yeah, and you kind of go, "Oh no, almost had it right."
Have you seen this one?
No, I haven't
Have you
actually
seen
watched
one?
this one.
No, you'd be surprised who gets it right and who gets it wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, I was playing this earlier, but I didn't play it all the way through. So
Okay.
Let's have a go then.
And I've got to do that and that. There we go. I happened to pause it on that bit before I played it.
Yeah, it's not a great look, is it? For Planar Walk. Terry. No, I was trying to do a Kiwi accent. It's not working. Sorry. I'm not going to.
That's what it was.
No, yeah, it didn't sound
I
like
don't
Indian.
think you should try. Do it South African accent's close enough.
Yeah, c'est terrific, yeah. Oh, can you press play, please, mate?
Ahoy, hoy, I'm Planar Walk. Now, flat earthers are well known for getting things wrong and never getting anything right.
No, I'm not going to argue with that.
However, today is going to be a little bit different. You see, I've found a couple of flat earthers that are arguing against each other, so of course they're going to get things right. The flat earthers that I'm talking about, of course, are Dell and Raichi, and they both make some good points. Dell does an okay-ish job of pointing out what's happening when it comes to gravity, although he doesn't realise that he's actually doing that. And Raichi does a good job of defending Newtonian gravity. Now, neither of them actually believe in gravity or properly understand gravity, although I'd say that Raichi probably has a better understanding of gravity than Dell. However, Raichi, if you are watching this, you are not completely off the hook, because you do get things wrong. But so does Dell. Dell, here's a small tip. Maybe turn another light on so it becomes easier to see you, because otherwise you look like you're just a thing in the shadows.
I'm going to show you a little video that I recorded earlier on with Marty. We're going to have a talk about it. Okay, it's only 8 minutes long, so I'm going to get to that and then we'll have a wee chat about it. So I encourage you to pay attention.
I'll put the subtitles on for you.
Okay?
Alright, so I'm going... Wait, do I need to translate what he just said there?
Yeah,
because
you
I
do.
realise
I
that
got
his
the subtitles.
accent is way more difficult to understand than my lack of accent. So in case you didn't catch it, he said that he's going to show us a video that's about 8 minutes long and to pay attention. Now I am going to cut down that video because I think the point can be made better if we take out a lot of the fluff.
Marty here is going to demonstrate how liquid and gas behave in a situation of acceleration. We ready? Uh-huh. Decelerate. What we see in the situation there is that the air references the directionality of acceleration. So that being that the water gets thrown to the back of the bottle and the air gets propelled forward, so the air shows you the direction of acceleration.
Okay, in this situation he is 100% correct. Now, why does this happen? So the reason why this happens is due to inertia and how the forces act upon the fluids. So as we all know, everything in the universe is quite lazy and would prefer to just keep on doing what it is doing. So if something is in motion, it would prefer to stay in motion, and if something is stationary, then it would prefer to stay stationary. Now, when you accelerate a bottle of water, the thing that is being accelerated there is the bottle. Now, the contents of the bottle do get accelerated, but that is from the bottle itself. This is because it's the end of the bottle that is pushing all the fluid in the bottle, when it accelerates. Now, because water has higher density than air, it is much easier to displace air. So when air and water are both trying to go to the same spot, the water is easily going to push the air out of the way. But the most important part here is all this happens because it's the bottle that is pushing the stuff within the bottle.
So the point being to this, that gravity is claimed to be a force or a fictitious force, or you could think of it as a force that acts upon objects that accelerates them towards the earth, right? Now, as we've just shown and demonstrated, when we have acceleration acting, so in the case of the car is the thing that accelerates, that acts upon me, Marty, and Marty holding the object, which is the bottle with the liquid and the gas within it. So it's being accelerated, and what we see is a shift. We see the water going to the back and the air denoting the directionality of the acceleration. Now, if gravity is claimed to be a force that accelerates objects, well, when we let objects go, we should see the exact same thing happening. We should see the air move to the bottom and the liquid to the top, because the air shows the direction of acceleration.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, so Del gets a few things wrong here, but first I want to mention what happened with the water in that bottle because it was a little bit hard to see. So the water in that bottle, relative to the bottle, didn't really move at all. So why is that? So the answer here, of course, is that Del doesn't really understand gravity, not in the Newtonian sense, nor in the Einstein sense. However, Rachie does seem to understand what's going on here, so I'm going to let her explain it.
Okay, so here's our container, and we have water in our container with some air at the top. Now, if, again, the container is being accelerated...
These bloodies are terrible with their lighting. Delk had no light, now she's got light that's flushing out, the flooding
Too
out.
much of it, yeah.
Yep.
Down. So as it gets, as the top of the container here comes to here, but there is no acceleration on the water, the water's not accelerating, then what's going to happen? The water's going to build up at the back, just like with the car when it crashes, when the things go crashing in the boot. It's going to build up here. And then you are going to have air at the bottom. And that's going to be what your container looks like, if the water's not accelerating. However, if the water is accelerating, then what you're actually going to end up with is, okay, this time, the water is going to be accelerating down at the same rate as the container. Okay, so as we have the container wall here, and we have the water, and we have the water about this much distance away, so this bit in between is air. We have the water down here. As this container wall accelerates, the top of the container, as the top of the container accelerates down to here, if the water is accelerating at the same rate, you're going to end up with the water here. And there's going to be no displacement at all, because they are accelerating at the same rate. They are falling at the same time. If they are falling or accelerating at the same rate, the reference frame and the objects inside, then there is going to be no displacement.
Now all I can say to that is she is 100% correct there. This is the difference between looking at something like Del has done and concluding what's happening based on that versus actually knowing why things act that way. So Rachie here gets a gold star.
No!
Okay, Del, why not?
Gravity is claimed to be a force or a fictitious force, or you could think of it as a force that acts upon objects that accelerates them towards the Earth. So, globe Earth proponents are claiming things are being accelerated. The test, the practical demonstration doesn't show that. Now, what's the orientation of that? Air at the top, water at the bottom. Therefore, yes, upwards. That must be the conclusion.
Okay, so here's the thing. Del clearly doesn't understand gravity in the sense of Einstein.
Sorry. I've listened to this bit. I think what he's about to do makes it far more complicated than it needed to be described. But see if you guys can follow it. But there's a far simpler way of describing what's going on here.
Okay.
Yeah, Karen.
Because Raichi's explanation is an explanation of how gravity does work under Newton, but not under Einstein. According to Einstein, I am being accelerated up at 9.81 meters per second squared. Now, when you hear something like that, your first reaction might be something along the lines of this.
The planet Earth is not accelerating upward. What direction again is up?
So the answer to that, of course, is it's the direction that points away from the strongest gravity well that you are in. Here on Earth, it's away from Earth. If you go far enough away from Earth, then it will be away from the Sun. Now, this is a difficult concept to grasp, but what you have to remember is that space is 4-dimensional, not 3-dimensional. We are constantly moving through time, and it turns out that space and time are interlinked. Now, we call this space-time. I know it's a very original name, but in the presence of mass, space-time bends. Now, because of this, what might look like a curved path through 3D space turns out to be a straight path through 4D space-time. Now, we are constantly moving through time. However, when you move through time in a straight direction and space-time is curved, well, then it appears in 3D space like you're accelerating. Now, you're not actually accelerating because you're following a straight line through 4D space-time, but it appears like you are in 3D space. Now, following this logic, you have to conclude that in 4D space-time, the ground is accelerating up at 9.81 meters per second squared. Okay, because this can be quite confusing, and I know that there will be some people that still won't understand it, let me try and use a diagram to help. If you're traveling along one of these long lines here, then you are traveling through time. If you're traveling along one of these shorter lines, you are traveling through space. Now, as you can see, this very crude space-time thing here is curved. So if we were to draw a straight line through it, we'd see that it initially goes fairly straight through time, but as time goes on, it starts moving more through space. In order for it to remain stationary through 3D space, or in this case it would be 1D space, you would need to accelerate it. On Earth, the acceleration through 4D space-time to keep us stationary in 3D space comes from the ground. The ground accelerating upwards at 9.81 meters per second squared keeps us stationary through 3D space, as counterintuitive as that may seem. Now, I realise that flat earthers will probably have a difficult time grasping this concept. Hell, even if you're a globe earther, you might have a difficult time grasping this concept. That is why it is fine to use Newton where it works, like here on Earth. So I will still be giving Raichi that gold star. And Del, you get a bronze star for sort of realising what Einstein realised, and that is the absence of a gravitational field is no different from being in freefall. Now, you might be wondering, why were the two flat earthers, Del and Raichi, having a disagreement? Well, the answer is, Del thinks that his experiment disproves relative density disequilibrium.
People are so enamoured by their own bias. People have bought into all these mantras, stationary, immovable, relative density disequilibrium, all these mantric statements, but the practical references show us something totally different, and people don't like it. Raichi, the object is density, this accelerates down. So density now is a force of acceleration. Are you kidding me on?
Don't do what the Globers do and strawman me saying density's a force. I did not say density was a force, Del. I said relative density disequilibrium is a force, relative density, do you know what I mean? Meaning, not density on its own, relative density. That gives the force. And this can be shown with literally everything and anything. Why does an anvil float in mercury? Because it's less dense than the mercury.
Well, yes-ish, but actually no. It is because the volume of mercury that it is able to displace is lower than the volume of the anvil. But I'm sure the question that you are all asking is Del right? Does Del's experiment disprove relative density disequilibrium? Well, I've had an extensive thought on this, and sadly, I don't think so. Unfortunately, that means that for a second, I'm going to have to defend relative density disequilibrium. Okay, relative density disequilibrium, what is it? It means that if an object is more dense than the medium that it is in, then it will go down. If it's less dense, then it will go up. Simple stuff. In the case of this bottle, the water inside of it is more dense than the air, so it goes down, and the bottle itself is more dense than the surrounding air, so it wants to go down as well, but it can't because I'm holding onto it. Now you might think that if I drop the bottle, well, the air outside of the bottle, due to its relative density disequilibrium, will be pushing the bottle down, so the water inside the bottle will want to go upwards. Unfortunately, that is not the case because there would be relative density disequilibrium inside the bottle, forcing the water downwards. Now, even though Dell's experiment does not disprove relative density disequilibrium, it still has its flaws. The main thing being is that if relative density disequilibrium were true, the weight of this shouldn't change based on how much water is in it. Let me explain. So if relative density is true, then I think we can all agree that the air is exerting a force on the water, pushing the water to the bottom. I think we can all agree on that. Now, if I add more water to this, well, the surface area of the water that is touching the air still remains the same. And the density of both the air and the water are still the same. So why would there be a greater force? And even if we were to somehow grant that there is a greater force internally, that does not translate to a greater force externally. Because if the air pushes the water down at a greater force, then the water also pushes the air upwards at a greater force. This would result in the bottle being the same weight regardless of how much water is put into the bottle. So, why does the bottle weigh more when you have more water in it? It's because of how flat earthers think. You see, flat earthers think about the density of the object and thus the force that is applied to the object as the overall density between the air, the water, and the plastic. This means that somehow the force that is applied to the overall object is the sum of the densities within the object. So despite the plastic having the same relative density to the air regardless of whether it's filled with water or not, somehow the air still applies more of a force if it's filled with water. And to me, that makes no sense. How can the relative density between the plastic and the air, because the plastic is what's having the force applied to it, be different based on the contents inside of this bottle? Rachie, just say that there's a 9.81 meters per second acceleration of objects towards the ground. That solves everything. You don't need to invoke relative density that way. A 9.81 meters per second acceleration does explain why an anvil will float in mercury, because of buoyancy. Despite me not agreeing with Dell's overarching point here, I do agree with something he said.
People are so enamoured by their own bias. People have bought into all these mantras, stationary immoval, relative density disequilibrium, all these mantric statements, but the practical references show us something totally different, and people don't like it.
So Rachie, if you're watching this, think about this for a bit. If there were a 9.81 meters per second acceleration towards the ground of everything, how would that eliminate the need for relative density? If you can work that out, then you'll realize that there is no need for relative density. And I believe in you. I believe that you can work this out. You are smarter than Dell. Okay, that's not saying much, but you've got this.
Stop being absolutely ridiculous. It's people like you that make this whole thing very difficult. Because you're waffling about stuff that you don't even comprehend, making all sorts of silly assertions and claims about absolute nonsense.
Okay, Dell is trying to criticize Rachie here by saying that her claims are nonsense, but what he doesn't realize is that all flat earth claims are nonsense. Rachie's, Dell's, they're all nonsense. You know, there is a reason why flat earthers abandoned the 9.81 meters per second acceleration upwards of the earth. Because in order to make that work, you need something like Einstein's theory of relativity. Otherwise, it all falls apart.
One of the things you said during your stream was that the object should fall 9.8 meters in the first second. That's not what 9.8 meters per second means, 9.8 meters per second squared. It does not mean that the object will fall 9.8 meters in the first second. So again, you are wrong there, but yet I'm the one that's muddying the waters and don't know what I'm talking about or whatever.
Rachie, can you please stop making good points? You're supposed to be a flat earther. You're supposed to say silly stuff. And then I make the good points. You're taking my job by making all the good points.
Why does a ship float on water? Because it's less dense than the water. Why does a brick fall in air? Because it's more dense than the air. Why does a helium balloon go up in the air? Because it's less dense than the air. Explain these using your Earth accelerating up, Dell, and objects not actually accelerating. Please explain that to me.
Okay, it's actually very simple. If Earth is accelerating upwards, then everything on it accelerates upwards with it, including the atmosphere. Now, when it comes to the helium balloon, well, the atmosphere being pushed upwards also pushes that upwards. And keep in mind that the atmosphere has more of a desire to stay in place because of its inertia than the helium balloon. Like when Dell drives the car, the water, which is the more dense stuff, displaces the air, which is less dense. And hopefully that explains it. Okay, so who wins here? Dell or Raichi? Well, Dell did have the most correct conclusion. However, as demonstrated by Raichi, the way that he arrived at that conclusion was fallacious. Now, Raichi did have good arguments in the beginning. However, she does fail to recognise the consequences of Dell's conclusion. Her rebuttal to Dell's conclusion does come from a place of personal incredulity. She also fails to apply the same scrutiny that she applies to Dell to her own arguments. However, I think that Raichi understands the reasons for why things happen the way they do way better than Dell does, which is more important. And also, Dell, if you're watching this, try to understand why things happen the way they do. You would have won if you had have understood. But anyway, leave a like and subscribe if you like this video. Leave a comment letting me know who you think won. Was it the upside down triangle, or was it zero? As always, a big shout out to my $20 or more patrons. Hugh Jars, MC Nutkin, Shaki, Jetta Lone, Nathaniel Muller, Vermont 1777, Wolfie, Maury, Grammel Ghost, Kid Vicious, Sacha Campbell, definitely not NASA, Craig D'Amelio, and Richard M. Chapman. If you want to support me financially, you can do so on Patreon. There should be a link there. But anyway, I will see you in the next video. Between you and me, thank you for watching.
Yeah, no, I found he made that way more complicated than needed to be.
Okay, then.
Yeah. Well, the reason why, if you look at Dell's experiment, the reason why there's two things going on there. When he's got the bottle on its side, the air is doesn't have the force of gravity so when the water moves around, it pushes the air around. When he's got the bottle standing up, then the air and buoyancy means that the air is going to stay at the top because it cannot overcome the gravitational force, and the buoyant force cannot overcome the buoyant force, which is much stronger. So it's a matter of mixed forces, not the whole going into the whole 4D space and space time. It's just going to throw everyone off, and particularly flat earthers, because they're not going to follow any of it. It's a much simpler way of explaining the two experiments and differences as to why when he sticks the bottles up that the air doesn't go down is because it's got to overcome buoyancy. But when he's got it on the side, it's still got to overcome buoyancy, but there's less air, so when the water moves, it's pushing the air back like laterally rather than up and down. So it doesn't have that buoyant force to try and overcome. So yes, it's easier for the air to push around. So when the car moves forward, it pushes the water, which has got a greater mass, and that then pushes the air into the direction it goes. It's not how he described it at all, really. And then the density disequilibrium, he made it sound like there was something to that, but there's not really. Easy example would be the vomit comet. If you've got everyone in the same cylinder tube and people are stuck to their seats, when the plane goes against gravity to basically eliminate that 9.8 meters per second, everyone floats. There's been no change in density for anything, yet they now float. So you need to explain that if you're going to talk about density as being as what the change in force. Why do they change if there's been no change in density? So, yeah.
Well, that's one aspect of this whole annoying thing about relative density disequilibrium. Relative density is already a thing, and it's well defined, and it's got nothing to do with what they're talking about at all.
No,
it's a unit. It's, as I've always said, it's a unitless ratio. It can't be in disequilibrium, which I believe is an economics term.
Yeah.
Well, it is. That's true.
It's total garbage, utter garbage. And to say, I'm not saying density is a force. It's relative density, disequilibrium. It's relative density. Relative to what? You're trying to redefine what we already understand, what we used to call specific gravity. And we don't really call it that anymore. It's relative density. But it's already understood, and they're trying to hijack those two words to mean something completely different.
Well, Dell's comparing apples and oranges.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
When the car is sitting there still and the bottle's laying down, standing up, or any other orientation you want to put it in, there is no lateral acceleration. No. There's no acceleration on the bottle laterally. That is not true with gravity. With it sitting there in the upright or any other orientation, it is experiencing the acceleration of gravity. Always.
Well,
the fact that it's not moving doesn't change the fact that the acceleration is still present. The acceleration occurs when you accelerate the car. Now you got a different situation altogether. You started with no lateral acceleration, and now you inject acceleration. Things happen.
Yeah.
In a different vector, so you end up with a different result.
So it's a very flawed analogy.
Yeah, no, I just felt that the planar walk going into the whole space, all that sort of stuff is just go above most people's head, and the flat earthers, it doesn't point out how simple that it actually is. Why is wrong? Makes it sound like it's a really complicated answer, but it's not. Doesn't need to be. Much simpler than that. And it's not that necessarily that Raichi was better, but yeah, you could just explain it simply that there's different forces on it, depending on which direction you're going. And neither of them have got anything to do with density disequilibrium or whatever it is.
Well,
yeah.
Frankly, I don't think any of them got it right, including planar walk.
Yeah, in that case, yeah. Anyway, what else we got? Anything else, Terry?
Yeah, I got a couple more. Wally put one out. Is Nathan smarter than an open AI? Can no intelligence beat artificial intelligence?
Now, somebody covered this the other day, didn't they? Arctic Reflections, possibly, I think. Yeah, quite why Oakley put this out, I don't know. He obviously thinks he beat the computer.
Yes.
Newsflash, you didn't. Of course, our man on the spot has left, hasn't he? Terry.
Yes, Matt.
I can't do his accent. Could you press play, please? Can't do it. I can't do
Matt.
that.
You can't do Matt.
No, definitely not.
Did you want me to do something, Matt?
I already said press play, please, Terry.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Well, today I'm going to have a look at Nathan Oakley. And you don't have to worry about him talking, because this time he's just typing. So this is Nathan Oakley versus OpenAI, or ChatGPT. Well, this goes pretty much exactly how you think it will go. Sit back and watch as Nate tries to get OpenAI to say exactly what he wants it to say. The desperation is mind-blowing as Nate takes a trip down the quote mine and comes back empty-handed. Let's have a look. Oh, did you notice that the conversation seems to be already underway? I wonder why we didn't see the first and rather obvious question that Nathan would have asked. Well, never fear. I did exactly what Nate was not really quite game to show you. Seems that the AI already knows the shape and is all correct about the data. Very well indoctrinated, isn't it? Back to Nathan.
I can't read any of
So
that
the
stuff.
ground would be a flat baseline used for angles. So it seems Nathan is really desperate to get his celestial navigation angle across on all of this. Oh dear, elevation angles can be measured from curved surfaces. And it mentions that terrible tangent word too. Oh dear. A horizontal reference plane. Well done, Nathan. I bet Nathan wishes he had a mute button right about now. Getting a little bit desperate there, Nathan.
I'll just let you guys read that because I can't read it.
It's kind of funny how Nathan is really just not getting this whole
Struggling as well, it's out
celestial
of focus.
sphere thing.
Ah.
I don't think he quite understands that the celestial sphere is pretty much mirroring the surface of the Earth, and both are spherical. Come on, Nathan, you can do it in reference to the horizontal plane. Of course it is, Nathan. I don't think you're winning quite yet, Nathan. Don't you wish you had a mute button? Seems like he's going to type right through him. Oh, there's that curvature of the Earth showing up. I hope that clarifies things for you, Nathan. We'll go back to your other talking point. Equatorial plane is a flat plane. Well, yes, of course it is. And it's analogous to the celestial equator, of course. Well, Nathan, I don't think you're going to get very far playing mind games and word semantics with ChatGPT.
I'd have to pause it and then read it for myself. Why do we think of it as a flat plane? Celestial equator is often thought as a flat plane because it is convenient to use a flat reference frame when working with celestial coordinates. This is especially true when using celestial maps or other visual aids that represents the celestial sphere on a flat surface. Using that reference plane allows astronomers and other users of the celestial coordinate system to visualize celestial coordinates more easily and to work with them using standard geometric techniques that are familiar from the study of flat planes. It is important to note, however, that the celestial equator is not actually a flat plane. It is an imaginary circle on a celestial sphere. That is.
I really should be playing the Benny Hill theme music under this, shouldn't I?
Yakety sax.
Yes, definitely drawing comparisons between the celestial sphere and the Earth. I hope this clarifies things for you, Nathan.
I doubt he even reads it.
Yeah, that bit's important. However, it is important to note that the celestial sphere and the celestial equator are not physical objects, but rather abstract concepts used to describe the positions of objects in the sky. Please let me know if you have any further questions. But they conceptualize the ground is flat. Oh, that bit.
Conceptualize.
I wonder if Nathan's getting the fact that just because you're thinking of it as flat for simplification purposes doesn't mean that it is actually flat. I think Nathan thinks he's sensing a bit of a victory here, but alas, it's not going to go that well for him.
No.
So the ground would be the flat baseline used for the angles. Okay. Yes, in celestial navigation, the celestial equator can be thought of as the ground and is used for reference plane to measure elevations of celestial objects above or below it.
Yes, Nathan gets a little bit repetitive. He's trying really hard.
Was he letting us read it or something?
I guess so.
But we consider it flat. Why, if it isn't? And flat planes got inverted commas.
Mm.
It's just repeating basically the same
Yeah.
responses.
Well, because he's sort of asking the same question, isn't he?
Mm. He's not going to get any different answers. Yeah, the responses are basically the same again.
Oh, yeah. What else can it tell him?
He's not going to get anything out of the AI for his questions. Oh. There we go.
Go and type through him, Nathan. Type through him.
Getting the same responses.
Oh, get angry, Nathan. Come on. Tell the computer it's the idiot. Go and type through him, Nathan. Type through him. Well, whenever you don't win, just pretend you have.
Yeah,
Well
I'm
done,
sorry
Nathan.
the previous responses caused confusion. As an AI, I don't have personal beliefs or opinions.
Hey, ChatGPT, can you give me a limerick about a flat earther? Can you give me another one? Perhaps you can replace that last word for me.
Role play that you're a flat earther, a really stupid one.
I'm responsible.
Yeah. Can't fulfill that request. The flat earther has been disproven. Shape the earth, I would happy to provide accurate and reliable information. Trying to argue with an AI. How desperate are they? Oakley was on the Scientology site the other day. Wow.
He must be running out of people to shout at.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, because who's going to go to his channel and argue with him?
What, while he mutes you and how's abusing your general direction?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Who wants to do that?
Well, he was effectively over talking the AI there.
Yeah, try to.
Yeah, he's trying to mute them. Who we got left?
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
5, 6, 7, 8. Who have I got
Shouldn't
left?
hear that.
Everett, Anton, and Simon. How are we going for time? And we've been here the whole time. We've been going for 3.5 hours non-stop.
Ooh.
Oh, I can skip one of them. Anton's got one. James Wynne finds more strange galaxies and other unexplained objects. January 2023 update. Okay. Okay, we'll get an update for the beginning of the year for this year. Oops, don't do that, don't do that, don't press that, don't press that. I'll break it. There. Phew.
Hey.
Right. Okay. Unmute there. What would Matt say?
Press play, please, Terry.
This is Anton, and it's time for some more updates from the James Webb Space Telescope. This time mostly focusing on various galaxies and various really far away discoveries, but also some discoveries a little bit closer to home. And actually one of the most recent discoveries was this right here, the official confirmation of the first ever exoplanet discovered by the James Webb. The planet known as LHS 475b that orbits a red dwarf approximately 41 light-years away from planet Earth. But intriguingly, this planet seems to be pretty much exactly the same size as planet Earth. actually about 99% of its size, which does make it a pretty unusual terrestrial planet, but very likely much hotter than Earth because it's much closer to the star. But because this observation was made with the James Webb, the scientists were really interested to see if there's any atmosphere. But the preliminary investigation, along with several different models, kind of implies that either there is no atmosphere, or it's an atmosphere that we've never seen before and do not really understand. Definitely nothing like planet Earth, and most likely nothing to do with hydrogen, methane, but maybe carbon dioxide. At the moment it's a bit unclear. But it's still exciting that the James Webb Telescope was able to discover its first official planet. Then it also discovered additional previously unseen young stars in the cosmic cliffs of the Carina Nebula. Here approximately 20 have been discovered so far, with all these being new baby stars previously unknown to science. This is about 7,000 light years away from us, so it's not really surprising we couldn't see them before. And because most of these are usually hidden behind a lot of gas, only infrared telescopes can generally detect them. But nothing specific is known about these stars just yet. Then we also got some of the first images from the nearby Small Magellanic Cloud. In one of the last videos we've discussed the partner, Large Magellanic Cloud, with its famous Tarantula Nebula, but here it decided to focus on a less known object that you're about to see right here. And this is once again another star-forming region containing a lot of primordial material and a lot of material that we usually see really far away in a distant universe. This is known as NGC 346. And here's the beautiful image that the James Webb was able to produce. Here's the same image comparing Hubble with the James Webb. And this is an absolutely beautiful formation that as always reveals how stars form in these extremely energetic and extremely powerful regions. And what makes this particular observation a little bit more exciting than the ones near us or the ones in the Large Magellanic Cloud is really because of the chemical composition of the Small Magellanic Cloud. It seems to be a little bit more primitive than other galaxies, suggesting that it contains a lot of primordial material similar to what we usually detect about 10 billion years ago in the universe. And so in this case, it's almost like looking back in time to see how various ancient stars were formed. But here, the scientists didn't just detect gas around various protostars, they also detected signs of gas around various protoplanetary disks, potentially seeing building blocks of not just stars but also maybe some of the planets, which provides a really important opportunity to study how various ancient planets could have formed early on, about 10 billion years ago. But at the moment all of this is still preliminary and no specific disks were identified just yet. Nevertheless, this here is an excellent region to try to figure out how and if planets could form in the early universe and what sort of planets early universe might contain. And so I guess with time we might discover some details. There were also several papers that analyzed the galaxy we've discussed in the previous video, NGC 7469. The galaxy that's about 100,000 light years across and is about 220 million light years away from planet Earth. And a galaxy that actually does contain a partner. Here's sort of what this looks like in the image from the Hubble telescope. The partner is in the top right. And so it looks like all of this galactic interaction is definitely creating some really active regions inside the galaxy itself. This galaxy is technically what's known as a Seyfert galaxy, or sometimes is also referred to as LIRG or LIRG, Luminous Infrared Galaxy, which basically means that it has a really active galactic center, bright enough to see from far away, but not bright enough to be a quasar. And the recent observations from the James Webb discovered additional star-forming regions, 66 in total, 37 of which were completely new, with many of these stars being extremely young, less than 5 million years old. In the original image, you can sort of see some of them as extremely bright red clouds, with some other studies exploring how this active galactic region seems to influence the distribution of various materials across the galaxy itself, through the process we refer to as the feedback mechanism. It also discovered a lot of turbulent gas very close to the central black hole, which seems to displace or even destroy certain types of dust located too close to the central black hole, but also reveals even more star-forming regions in certain locations. As a matter of fact, there seems to be quite a lot of star formation extremely close to the central black hole. This image clearly shows that the center here is extremely bright, but I'm sure more will be discovered about this galaxy in the next few months. Mostly because it's so easy to see and because it's basically in just the right location and just the right position toward planet Earth. Then the scientists studying Stephen's Quintet were able to identify several other features that were previously missed. In this case, very large shock waves. resulting from the interaction of 5 of these galaxies. And here the unusual shock waves dramatically change some of the gas located inside of them, and in some cases seem to even recycle gas, turning it into something else. And interestingly enough, some of these shock waves seem to actually even produce new galaxies. For example, Field 4 seems to represent some kind of a formation of a dwarf galaxy, whereas Field 6 reveals a lot of molecules that are being broken apart and recycled, creating an unusual tail, implying that these galactic collisions don't just influence galaxies, but also the intergalactic space between them, and possibly even lead to the formation of smaller galaxies. So definitely some cool stuff. But the coolest stuff is really from the faraway distances, from basically almost the edge of the universe. So for example, right here, the scientists were able to discover the most distant and the youngest barred spiral galaxies ever seen. In this case, this is a galaxy known as EGS 23205, with at least 6 candidates visible in this image right here. One seems to be really old. And the reason this is unusual is because of the way we think barred spiral galaxies form. They normally require a pretty long time away from other galaxies, away from interaction and from galactic collision, in order to stabilize and to then start forming these bars. And these bars are actually extremely potent at controlling gas in the galaxy itself, causing a lot of the gas to then move into the central region, feeding the central black hole, but also increasing the rate of star formation in the center by up to 100 times. But they only seem to form in galaxies that do not have a lot of massive partners, and also galaxies that are generally left alone for at least 1 billion years to form these structures. But these galaxies seem to be much more distant, existing in even farther universe, farther back in time than anything we've ever seen, which once again presents a mystery of how exactly these galaxies formed so early on and managed to maintain their bar, or managed to create their bar, 11 billion years ago, when the universe was only under about 3 billion years old. Additionally, 87 galaxies were discovered that seem to have been created about 200 to 400 million years after the beginning of the universe, once again presenting a bit of a mystery. How did they form so early? And what is it that we don't understand about the galactic formation, or what sort of galaxies are they to begin with? Now it definitely means that there's something missing in our theoretical understanding of how galaxies form, but, once again, really importantly, it does not violate any ideas about the Big Bang Theory at all. Only the modern theories of galactic formation and galactic evolution, which is of course kind of expected because our understanding mostly comes from computer simulations, and the purpose of James Webb was to try to see if we got them right, and it looks like we didn't get everything right. Although the reality is that these are still very preliminary discoveries, and so with further analysis, the actual distance might be determined more accurately. Even the scientists behind this paper believe that maybe only half of these are truly as far away. The rest might be a little bit closer to us. But intriguingly, another study analyzed about 850 galaxies that existed about 11 to 13 billion years ago and wanted to classify them as different types, for example, spiral galaxies, elliptical, irregular, and so on. And intriguingly, they discovered that the overall percentage of various types of galaxies hasn't actually changed that much, at least in the last 12 billion years. It seemed to be kind of similar to what we see in the modern universe, implying that galaxies seem to mature really quickly, or at least matured really quickly, in the beginning of the universe. And even though originally the scientists believed that they might find a few of these early galaxies in the James Webb observations, they were really surprised to discover so many, with the strangest discovery being highlighted right here. Now it doesn't really seem unusual yet, but in terms of structure, composition, and overall shape, these actually resemble another really unusual galaxy discovered by the project known as Galaxy Zoo a few years ago. They were actually seen as these unusual green dots in various nearby locations in the modern universe. They're known as green peas, basically because they're spherical and green. And generally these galaxies are really small, only about 5,000 light years across, only a little bit bigger than a typical globular cluster. But unlike other galaxies, they seem to have a huge amount of star formation. They're basically like these star factories. And because of this, there's a lot of gas here, and this gas is ionized by all of the starlight, which then makes them appear green. But in terms of the structure, composition, and the overall emissions, these super far away galaxies seem to be actually kind of similar, implying that the scientists have now discovered green peas about 13 billion years ago. Moreover, they seem to possess similar chemical fingerprints, are very similar in metallicity, and even possess the same amount of elements, with their oxygen content being very similar to green peas, but being much lower than what we find in the Milky Way galaxy. And so these galaxies, in terms of chemicals, are actually quite primitive. To some extent, it is something we expect to find in the early universe. So I guess here the question is, why is it that we also find them much closer to us? Although technically they are super rare around us. Only about 0.1% of all of the galaxies discovered usually have these characteristics. And so here maybe the possible answer is that they were just much more frequent before. It's really just an assumption for now, but it could provide some explanation. Although why exactly ancient green peas seem to contain same metallicity and same amount of elements as the ones much closer to home cannot be explained right now. So another really big mystery, galactic mystery, discovered by the James Webb. And we'll probably talk more about this in some of the future videos, just like I did in one of the recent videos that you can find in the description about the mystery of the red spiral galaxies. Hold on a second, editing Anton here. As I was about to finish editing the video, James Webb released one more picture from a really exciting star system only about 30 light years away from planet Earth, AU Microscopii, with the image visible right here. Now this is just the first release, but the reason the star and the image are so exciting is because this is the youngest star in the vicinity of the solar system. It's only about 23 million years old and is technically still a debris disk, or a protoplanetary disk, that happens to be very close to planet Earth. And in the last few years, the scientists have been observing some really unusual ripples moving inside the disk, visible right here, as well as discovered potentially 2 planets that already seem to exist here, or have begun forming in the last few millions of years. This particular star system is only about 20 million years old, but the James Webb Telescope provided the scientists with the most accurate and the highest resolution image of all of this, that even though is still being analyzed, has already revealed that there seems to be some unusual unexplained brightness, with the overall disk also appearing to be a lot more blue than it should be. Very likely suggesting that there is just a lot of fine dust, tiny particles, that are causing all of these effects. And because this is still a really young star and doesn't really have a lot of radiation pressure, it's not able to eject all of this dust from the system just yet. But other than the picture, we don't really know what else was discovered here, and it's very likely going to be revealed in the next few weeks. Which means that you should probably come back if you want to find out what the scientists discovered here. The video is going to be released in the next few weeks. And so if you'd like to find out more, make sure to subscribe, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, come back tomorrow to learn something else, and maybe support this channel on Patreon by joining channel membership or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt you can find in the description. Thank you for watching, stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Oh, don't do that.
Ooh.
What did I do?
Yep. I don't know, how did you manage that? Oh, that's better.
We're not getting a lot of detail that's really surprising, I suppose. It's more generic.
Yeah, I guess.
Another galaxy, another galaxy. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's to be expected, I suppose.
And that's only pointing at a certain part of the which direction that they're pointing it at too, isn't it, at the moment?
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, considering how far they're looking, how much detail they're getting, and a very small part of the sky, if you want to call it that, they're looking at. Take them ages to do the whole bloody thing.
Well, at least they're seeing more galaxies. That's good.
Yeah.
A galaxy far, far away.
Oh yes, that one.
That planet they
far,
said that
far
there
away,
wasn't. I was saying about you were saying about that planet that it wasn't sure what the atmosphere on it could have been, which is hard to tell at those distances, I suppose.
Very.
You were going to say something, Farmer, but I cut you off.
Well, the galaxy far, far away, where they're all American. or most of them are anyway.
Well, there were a few Brits, weren't there?
There were. Yeah. Well, yeah, particularly the original one. I mean, you know, such luminaries as Alec Guinness. But yeah, most of these aliens far, far away were quite clearly American.
And they spoke English.
Yes. Well, that was handy because otherwise the whole film would be subtitled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And an awful lot of people don't like subtitles.
I don't know, Universal Translator or Babelfish?
Babelfish. Stick this in your ear.
I think you're referencing Hitchhikers, aren't you?
Definitely.
Yeah, that's right, Stu. You think of the millions and millions and millions of places that haven't been seen yet.
Yeah.
Who we got left to finish up with? Mr. Simon. You didn't do a video this week, Blue?
No, nothing this week.
Nothing this week, okay.
In fact, I think I'm getting out of here.
Okay, Blue.
Good night, Peanuts.
Good night, Blue.
Night, Blue.
Good night, Blue. Well, actually, good morning,
Or good
Blue.
day, or evening. Morning.
Everyone's gone.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't want to waste the whole day. He's got things to do.
I've still got to do the housework yet. I've got work to do as well.
Uh,
Actual work, because I just haven't had the time.
I'll finish
Working
off
from
with
home
Simon.
only works if you're actually at home.
That's why it's
You
called.
haven't had an awful lot.
Well, it's not homework, it's housework.
Well, yeah, but I've actually got work. But
Oh.
when you're out of your office, because obviously this is my office as well, but when you
Yeah.
spend the best part of 2 weeks out of your office, all of that other stuff that you're supposed to be doing hasn't got done yet, has it?
Mm. It says Wednesday's the only day so far that you're tied up?
Let's have a look. This coming week, yeah, Wednesday, obviously I'm off to Lowestoft. The week after that, I'm out all day Monday, out all day Tuesday, out at another little store on Wednesday. So that's best part of that week gone. The week after that, the 31st and the 1st, which is a Tuesday and a Wednesday, I'll be at a little store in Tamworth. The Wednesday after that, the 8th of February, that's another little store. And I haven't got it in my diary yet, but I'm sure there's something else coming up around that time as well. But it does generally, I don't know why this happens. If I have to go out on site, if we have to go into London, it's invariably a Wednesday, which is...
We can't help that.
No, it's just one of those things. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, if I'm at home, I'll join in, but if I'm out on site, then obviously I'm out on site.
So it looks like just
Wednesday,
Saturdays for the foreseeable future.
For about the next month, although you might see me next Wednesday.
You just said you won't be. Oh, yeah. You might,
yeah, right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Be a surprise visit.
It's not a surprise now, is it?
Okay.
Yeah, with any luck, I would have thought.
And you won't be able to go on webcam because there won't be a computer.
Well, I'll have my mobile phone, won't I?
Yeah. I'll finish up with Simon. I better turn Timbo's stream off because he's closed that down. And turn that on. So if I don't use share screen, it seems to be
a little more stable.
Yes.
Yeah. I can't understand why, but I went all through my settings looking for the Zoom, what does Zoom want to take from the computer. It must be to do with memory, but not video memory because the video card's big enough. It can't be that. Or it's just a conflicting something in the Zoom. Doesn't like share screen. Anything I can think of. Oh, I'll finish.
The Flat Earth Fail compilations has been a staple on this channel. So much.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. I pressed play.
Yeah, that's what we want you to do. Press
oh,
play,
okay,
Terry.
okay.
So that we are now on the 43rd episode. So when I saw a Flat Earther come up with Flat Earth Wins compilation number 1, I literally dropped everything I was doing and watched it. Cannot wait for this one. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Flat Earth Friday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Before we begin today, a huge thank you to the sponsors of today's video, Star Trek Fleet Command. Star Trek Fleet Command is a free-to-play, open-world MMO game in which you command a starbase on the front lines of the Star Trek universe. You can construct fleets of your favourite ships, recruit back in Star Trek Fleet Command. Star Trek Fleet Command is available for free on iOS, Android and Windows. Download now by using my link below in the description or use my QR code to join the fight now. Right, back to today's video, which as I said earlier is a new series from Flat Earther The Queens. Now, she's appeared on the Flat Earth Fail compilation before, which I guess is where she's got her idea from. I'm a little flattered. Here we go.
But basically, there was a video made by Planner Walk, and it was called Nathan Oakley Has the Saddest Flat Earth Channel on YouTube.
Good one, Planner Walk, and very true.
Featuring at FTFE Official, another Globetard. And basically, you know, they just shun flat earth believers, just like Simon Dan. Basically, like, you can't really find too much from Simon Dan about the globe earth. His videos are basically contributed to shaming flat earthers instead of trying to prove a point, in which I will do today.
Shaming flat earthers? I don't do that.
No, we don't do that.
Now, I took it upon myself to comment down in the comment section of this video. And I pretty much told them, you know, you guys can't try to debunk and talk about people when you can't even prove things yourself, such as if you all can't explain how the sun can reflect light on the side of the moon that faces away from it at all times, sit this one out. Or did you all forget that the moon revolves around the earth and not the sun? You guys are the jokes.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What did she say there?
Such as if you all can't explain how the sun can reflect light on the side of the moon that faces away from it at all times.
I don't really know how to tell you this. It doesn't.
And so someone replied by the name of John Q. Public, and he says how the sun can reflect light on the side of the moon that faces away from it. It doesn't. Your ignorance is not an argument.
Well, I wouldn't have put it like that, but yes.
Make sure you guys keep that in mind. Now, we also had TG Studio 85 at the Queens. It's an easy explanation. Even my 7-year-old understood it. That side is lit by light reflected off Earth. That phenomenon is called Earth shine.
Okay, so a possible explanation as to how the moon could be slightly illuminated, yes.
So if that phenomenon is called earth shine, that means that when you go outside at nighttime and you look in the sky, you're looking at earth shine. Because that side of the moon that faces away from the earth at all times is the side of the moon that we're seeing. The side that faces earth is that side. The side that we see at night cannot face the earth and the sun at the same time. So you have to pick a side.
Well, actually it can when it is here in its orbit. It's called a full moon, facing us and the sun at the same time.
Therefore, what you are saying is that the side that we see in our nighttime skies is a phenomenon called earthshine. So why have all of you globetards and professors and all of the rest of you guys that believe in the globe earth have been saying this whole time that the moonlight is the sunlight reflecting off of it? Now all of a sudden it's earthshine. Fail.
Well, it's pretty easy to see the difference between the sunlight reflecting off the moon and earthshine. Take a look at this picture. The bright part is where the sun is reflecting off it. The rest of the moon is illuminated very slightly by Earthshine. It's so dim because the sun's light is being reflected off Earth and then onto the moon. But I'm not sure that the Earthshine explanation was correct anyway. Now I think this is more of a misunderstanding of the Earth-Moon-Sun relationship by the Queens. Let's move on to the point where she gets a diagram out to try and explain her issue.
But I have personally seen only the bottom half of the moon lit at a point of time. And that is impossible based on the globe Earth model if the light is only supposed to come in horizontally.
Ah, yes, well that will all be down to your location on the globe. Here on the south coast of the UK, the first quarter moon looks like this, illuminated from the bottom right from our perspective. In Australia, it will look like this, illuminated from the bottom left. This is because of our perspective, as I just said. And it's not impossible at all. When the moon is in a position in its orbit that is right angles to the sun, like the first quarter, then you will see that whilst it has a whole face illuminated, we can only see half of that face. As you can see, it's entirely possible.
Just the bottom portion of the moon should not be lit. But if you watch the sky enough, you will see that happens. So here in this diagram, we have the phases of the moon. Of course, we have the third quarter, the waning gibbous, full moon, waxing gibbous, first quarter, waxing crescent, new moon, and waning crescent. But the phase I want to focus on is the full moon. Now, Yoon Deloy stated at the Queens, I just explained to you that the side we can't see will point away from the sun during a full moon.
Bang on. The side facing away from us during a full moon is in complete darkness.
But Pilo 1408 stated that's a lie. The side we see does face the sun during the full moon. So you see how they can't even come to a common agreement? These globetards fail.
The side that we can't see that's facing away from the sun is exactly the same as the side that we can see that is facing the sun. Both comments mean the same thing. How can you not see that? Dear oh dear.
Now, Kevin Smith stated at the Queens, the phases of the moon change based on what part of the moon is facing the sun. The sun is not inside the moon's orbit. In about 28 days, the sun will have shown a complete 360 degrees of the moon, just as it does on Earth in 24 hours. We call that night and day. So if you call that night and day, shouldn't there be a nighttime side of the moon and a daytime side?
Yes, there is, but the moon takes 28 days to rotate once on its axis. So if you lived on the moon, each day would roughly be about 14 days long.
As well, or should I say a light side and a dark side? Fail.
What? There is a light side and a dark side. It's the moon's day and night. I think I know the Queen's issue, and it's very common amongst flat earthers. They cannot think in 3D.
No, they
Look
can't.
at this video clip here, the Queens. It shows you very nicely, I think, how the moon and Earth are illuminated by the sun, and crucially how we view the moon here on Earth during its orbit. If you watch that, then you should be convinced, although I doubt that she will be.
So now we move over to space.com, and of course they're just having on here when the next full moon will be. And the next full moon will be on Friday, January 6th at 6:08 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, space.com says most of the time the full moon isn't perfectly full. We always see the same side of the moon, but part of it is in shadow due to the moon's rotation. Only when the moon, Earth, and the sun are perfectly aligned is the moon 100% full, and that alignment produces a lunar eclipse. And sometimes once in a blue moon, the moon is full twice in a month or 4 times in a season, depending on which definition you prefer.
Well, to clarify here, the moon's orbit is at a 5-degree inclination to our own, which means usually during a full moon, it isn't 100% illuminated, it's over 99%, but we can still call it a full moon, can't we? And yes, it is only truly 100% fully illuminated at a time when the moon, Earth and sun are directly lined up. And that is when the lunar eclipse occurs.
So that means when speaking about a full moon, a 100% full moon, meaning a real full moon. You can't call something a full moon if it's really not. And a lot of times things with globe earthers, they love to use the word appear. We're going to stick with the definite. So when you're talking about a definite full moon, meaning a 100% full moon, that is what you will call a lunar eclipse.
So your eyes can tell the difference between 100% illuminated and 99.5% illuminated. That's amazing. Pretty good trick that, the Queens.
Now, they say that a lunar eclipse occurs when the moon moves into the Earth's shadow. This can occur only when the sun, Earth, and moon are exactly or very closely aligned with Earth between the other two, which can happen only on the night of a full moon when the moon is near either lunar node. So now I'm going to show you all the position of the Earth, the moon, and the sun during a full moon. And this is the lineup of the bodies based on the globe Earth model. So now they're saying that it is the Earth's shadow now that's causing the full moon and the lunar eclipse. They've moved on from illumination to Earth shine to shadow. Someone please tell me, when have you ever seen a light shadow? You haven't. So how is the moon reflecting the Earth's shadow?
Oh wow, she really doesn't understand it, does she? Okay, one last time. When the moon is illuminated and it looks bright, then that is the sunlight reflecting off it. When you can sort of see the moon but it's really dim, then that is Earthshine. When the moon is being blocked by the Earth during a lunar eclipse, then that is the Earth's shadow. During a new moon, when you can't see the moon at all, that is because it is the side not illuminated by the sun, because it's in between us and the sun. I hope that makes sense for her. Right, I think that just about does it for today. Another Flat Earth Friday, all done and dusted. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. It truly is appreciated. If you enjoyed it today, hit that subscribe button. We really are on the march to 500,000 now. Only about 38,000 to go. And of course, if you really enjoyed it, hit that like button too. Just enough time to once again thank Star Trek Fleet Command for sponsoring today. Remember, it's free on iOS, Android and Windows. Download now using my link in the description or scan my QR code right there to join the fight. I've been Simon Dan. Have yourselves a great weekend. And I'll see you briefly at the beginning of Tuesday's video for the first of the guest creators, Emma Thorne. See you then.
Bye. Another blow for not knowing how the moon works. Really? Oh, I shouldn't do that. I keep forgetting to not to stop the video before I change that over. Oh, that's your lot for the week. I've been going for 4 hours, so that's long enough for me.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Long enough for me. I've still got things to do. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon already. Bloody hell.
Yeah, I know. It's getting late, isn't it?
Don't you got to go to the shop today, Alan, or anything?
No.
Too cold?
Yeah. There's definitely no way I'm leaving the house today.
I don't blame you.
Let's just say, while we were streaming, I had a couple of showers that were so heavy that I couldn't really see the house across the road in focus.
Wow.
Because it was up by the rain coming down.
That's a lot of rain.
That is.
It was. I looked at it and thought, bloody hell, I'm glad I'm not out there.
Mm.
Yeah, we're getting weird weather over here. It hasn't been really that hot. Come out warmish this afternoon, but I don't mind. I don't want it too hot.
We're getting a cold snap in the middle of the week by the looks of it.
Yeah, but you are having a cold snap. It is winter.
Well, no, but I mean cold.
Properly cold.
Monday night and Tuesday night -5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so cold.
Yeah, but
I
you
mean, they're
haven't had
forecasting
any.
snow up
You haven't.
north.
Yeah, I was going to say, aren't you going to get any more snow?
I don't think we'll see any down here. It's sort of Scotland and the north of England that will cop it.
What was that before that white stuff you had on the ground?
Yeah, but that really didn't last very long. We didn't get that much of it. That's one of the advantages of living in the Midlands. Everybody else cops it first.
Yeah, or living close enough to the sea.
Yes, that has the same effect. Yeah.
Did I ever tell you we got snow here one time?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Oh, it was probably nearly 100 years ago, or back in the. It was a black and white photo somewhere put out up on top of the mountain. You could. They showed a black and white photo. It's hard to tell, but there's a dusting of snow up on the mountain up here. I think it was nearly 100 years ago. Something like that. Well, they had cameras, so.
Yeah.
But ever since then, nothing. Well, Blue's gone, Turtle's gone, Matt's gone, and only just you, Farmer Boy and Alan.
Yep.
Good night to you guys, and thanks for coming.
It was quite a rot,
Zebulon,
and
Nerdler, Dora, Januarism, Judy, Stewie, Frank, Dora, Tiny Captain, My Mum Bakes Cake, Nerdler, Roomfondle, Spooky, Clive, and better say hi to Gary, even though he doesn't say nothing. Sheepy, Januarism, Captain. Don't forget, where's Wally? He was out there.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, don't forget Wally. Larry DeMarch. Oh, Dean was out there earlier. Stingray, he was out there earlier.
That's true. Yes, he was. Yeah, yeah.
Biggest Doggers. Alert. Judy. Yeah. Dora? Was Dora? Did I say Dora? Oh yeah, Dora was out there earlier. Now who did I miss? I've missed somebody. If you don't put your name down quick, you miss out on a shout out if I haven't mentioned your name. Give them a couple of seconds to catch up. Okay, well, I'm all ready to go. I better stop that. I don't need that one. There. And we had a full stream tonight, so touch wood, we might be able to figure out this each time to do it this way.
Yeah.
But I'm still getting. I'd
thing.
still like to get a new computer though.
Oh yeah, well, of course, of course.
Oh, there we go. Extra large. Yeah, we're going now. Extra large. So good night.
Yeah, yeah. Hello and good night, and yeah, see you, peanuts. Thank you very much.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah, good night, peanuts.